Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live here on this Tuesday morning, May 26th, coming off of Memorial Day weekend. Markets gap higher. We get news that should counter it. Market says, don't worry about it. We got this. Keep buying. Oil getting clipped a little bit. Back down, I think it got down to like 89-ish roughly overnight. Back up to 92 this morning. And also today is Qualifier Day 2, which is exciting. We've got an amazing group of traders that are going to be on here for this. But all of this and more, let me introduce the panel. Joining me in studio, Senior Economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
Senior Macro Strategist Craig Shapiro.
Good morning.
We missed you on Sunday, Monday, and we're going to get that. We're going to get that insight this morning from Craig, though. And on the big screen, Senior Market Strategist Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Naples. Another glorious day on the island.
It is, isn't it? It really is. And good morning, Chad. Hopefully you're all doing well today. Like we said today, what a day to have a Qualifier Day 2 here for the Arena Cup. And we've got Carmine, Jack, Kane. Who else is in there? Chris. Is missing anybody? I know there's probably one other guy in there. It's going to be a lot of fun, though. Chat, hopefully you're all having a good morning. Again, quick look at the tape. We'll get to Shai in the news. As you probably have seen, S&P, NASDAQ, Dow. Well, not the Dow. Everyone's up about 1%, except the poor little Dow. He can't get a break. Crude is down nearly 4%, back down to just below 93. Gold is off this morning as well, which is interesting because it was firmly bid overnight, and it has come all the way back down. We'll see what the panel thinks about that. But platinum and silver still up on the day. Bonds are up. That's what's really, I think, important. ZB is up over a full point. That's a big move, man. Maybe we have a low. Maybe everyone's sniffing out Warsh is going to be cutting rates. Who knows? We'll see. And kind of mixed against the dollar. We'll get into all of that and more. First, Shai, the news.
All right. So the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. Just want to clarify that.
It's going to be closed for, it's going to say, well, day 180. You're going to get tired of saying it. I'm telling you.
We had a lot of talk over, are we going to get a peace deal any minute over the weekend? We did not get a peace deal. In fact, U.S. and Iranian forces clashed near the Strait of Hormuz overnight. The U.S. military said it conducted self-defense strikes in southern Iran, targeting missile launch sites and boats attempting to lay mines, while the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps said that it fired at an F-35 jet and several drones. Now, the strike came just hours after Trump reiterated that negotiations with Iran to extend the ceasefire and reopen the strait were proceeding. Later, we had Iran's supreme leader published a statement warning that nations and lands of the region will no longer be a shield for American bases. So basically insinuating that American bases are now open territory for Iran. Rubio was out this morning saying this may take more days than he initially thought, which is obviously had changed from the tone of any minute over the weekend. And then we just had some headlines come through right before we got on air that said Iran condemns U.S. attacks on vessels as the ceasefire violation. And so they are basically saying it's a ceasefire violation. So just keep in mind of any headline risk today if things start to escalate. But we'll see on that. The Treasury curve flashes higher for longer, so a key Treasury yield gap shrank to its tightest level in a year as traders ramped up bets that the Federal Reserve may have to keep interest rates higher for longer under Chairman Warsh. The spread between 5 year and 30 years, a closely watched gauge of the premium investors' demand for holding longer-term debt narrowed 81 basis points on Friday, the lowest since May 2025, before rebounding to around 82 basis points on Tuesday as cash trading resumed after the U.S. break. So it's just something to keep an eye on. And the risk premium for holding stocks over bonds is vanishing, apparently. Investors are piling into stocks at a feverish pace, but one measure, equities look as unattractive as they did after the dot-com bubble burst.
Bullish.
That metric is the equity risk premium, often defined as the gap between the S&P 500's earning yield and the profit companies generate relative to stock valuations, expressed as a percentage, and that of the 10-year Treasury note. So in recent weeks, that has disappeared. In other words, a rough gauge of stocks' expected returns is now only slightly higher than what a government bond will produce. In the quantum world, we have a new IPO, Quantinium, I hope I'm saying that right, a quantum computing company backed by Honeywell, is seeking to raise $1.5 billion in its initial public offering, capitalizing on the investor enthusiasm for the technology. And of course, because the Trump administration has expressed jubilee over quantum computing and is handing out billions. U.S. gasoline, this is the best headline ever. U.S. gasoline prices fell below $4.50 a gallon for the first time since May 5th to $4.49 a gallon.
Are we really reporting this?
It's like front page news. It's like, wow. We had Micron out this morning, up 6% in pre-market after
Why not?
Trump mentioned them at a rally, saying they are investing billions of dollars. And of course, UBS raised their price target from $535 to $1,625 this morning.
Why not?
Well, why not? Why not? And then
Nothing makes sense.
last but not least, Ferrari race. Shares fell almost 8% after critics
Saw the electric car.
hated the electric car, essentially. It's a $640,000 vehicle, and it looks like a Nissan.
It's powdered blue.
But just had to mention that. And it's Smurf blue. All right, moving on. We have consumer confidence on Tuesday is going to be important. PCE on Thursday. We have a 2-year auction today. We have a ton of speakers this week, but the only one today is Qashqai, and that is tonight. Just a preview of earnings. We've got Marvel, Salesforce, and HP on Wednesday. Marvel is a custom silicon competitor to NVIDIA. That'll be a big one. And then Thursday, Dell, Costco, and Best Buy. Obviously, retail sales, and then Dell. Obviously important because they ship complete AI systems. They use NVIDIA chips. So those will be the two big days for earnings after the bell. As far as data today, we have at 8:15, we have ADP weekly employment change. 8:30, we have Philadelphia non-manufacturing activity. Housing price index at 9, at 10 Eastern Conference Board consumer confidence, and at 10:30 Dallas Fed manufacturing activity. I don't really expect any of these to be market movers today, to be honest with you.
Well, why would they be? Why would anything be? Everything's bullish. Everything's bullish. I don't even know where to dive into this news. I mean, the Ferrari is like top of mind. It's just like the dumbest thing ever. Who comes up with a $640,000 electric car? It's called a Tesla. If it's electric, I mean, it's, if you want to buy a Ferrari, you want to buy a gas-powered car.
Right?
Just my opinion. Who knows?
That's not Smurf blue. It looks like a
exactly.
Nissan.
Okay. Interesting this week to me, Craig, we have Warsh first time being able to get a lot of news data to digest. We'll see what the data is, and we'll see what his reaction is.
Yeah, he got put into power on Friday. Right before he spoke, it was interesting. Governor Waller came out, and he had been kind of leading the dovish camp for quite some time, at least until he was looked over from becoming the next Fed chair. And he had some pretty hawkish commentary on Friday, and the front end did sell off. Yields did move higher there, and it seems like he has moved into a more hawkish direction too, kind of wants to eliminate this idea that the next move is going to definitely be a cut. So Warsh has it's going to have some trouble pushing the committee towards an easing agenda right at the onset here. So we're not going to hear from him for a few weeks. Unlikely that he would give a speech before his first meeting in June. But you're right, there's a lot of data this week. We get the core PCE on Thursday, big PPI print, big CPI print. So the expectations are for a firm print there. And even Scott Bessent has said expect another 1 to 2 months from now continuing to be high inflation print. So don't really look for much from the Fed. as far as easing is concerned. The question will be, how strong is the labor data? And as long as the labor market remains okay, that's what's keeping the equity market, happy, right? Because we're not getting outflows. We're not really seeing much of a deterioration in the economy. And so equity investors feel very comfortable continuing to put money into stocks. And so, and as long as the AI story doesn't really show any signs of deterioration, and when you're not in earnings season now, it's just kind of the momentum trade. Like you get these upgrades, Micron gets upgraded, that moves it. Then tomorrow another name gets upgraded, and you kind of roll from one to the next one. Intra-quarter, these things trade on revenue momentum, and so as long as things are good here, it's going to be hard to upset this tech story. The geopolitical stuff is still top of mind. The news over the weekend, back and forth, the headline ping pong was kind of insane. You're seeing some of the divergences, though, today. You mentioned gold earlier, kind of not trading with stocks, right? I mean, typically what we see alleviation of the geopolitical, it's stocks up, bonds up, gold up, and gold's kind of, diverging from that. So that's interesting. We'll have to keep an eye on that too. But, after a long weekend, folks are excited to get their positions back on. Anybody who took anything off for fear on Friday, get back in there this morning and get those calls back on the sheets.
Yeah. Are we in the window of weakness, which is like
or the
window of strength?
A rapidly closing window of potential weakness will transverse into a window of continued strength, though, as we push through this week.
Yeah, well, good to know. Jimmy, I go to you. I mean, we took a look at the tape earlier. Remember, we talked about equity indexes up nearly 1%, except for the Dow. Dow is lagging. S&P lagging, Russell and NASDAQ a little bit as well. It's the everything up tape but crude oil, but gold has now turned back around. I think that's thrown people off, especially with the bond market as bid as it is. I mean, do we have a low in bonds? What's going on in gold? What do you think?
Gold is not looking very good right now. It's looking rather bearish. I mean, we just can't see light over the 150-day simple moving average. Can't get over there. And then we were tracking above that forever, and now we're below it. Bullish engulfing candle almost today, going to the bottom of my hamburger bun. It is acting oddly, to be honest with you. I got supported 44.84, but gold has relationship problems, Anthony. I mean, here's the gold versus a crude oil, and if you drill down in my green histogram bar at the bottom, you can see that negative correlation starting to become neutral, right? This is an 8-period look back. Even on the 21, it's starting to become neutral, right? So this relationship is changing because crude oil was driving everything for a while. And now maybe gold's starting to think on its own. But we have a series of lower highs here, and we have a really nice area of support. I'd probably move this down here to what we talked about. And then a measured move to the downside. And that measured move to the downside is going to get us to, if my calculations are correct, 42.55, give or take. But again, I'm looking for places to sell gold today.
And gold is the outlier this morning. Craig, I mean, I think this is the one market that's probably coming in and getting people a little bit twisted up this morning, because you would expect, with the bond markets potentially making a decent low now. I mean, we're not saying it's the low, but it's looking kind of like it is. I mean, depending on what the data comes out this week. And why do you think gold is suffering so much?
Yeah, like to Jimmy's point, I think it has a bit of a narrative issue, right? A story issue. What's the reason to get to own gold right now? If you believe the economy is fine and earnings are going to be good, you're better off in stocks. If you're concerned that the world is going to, move back into elevated geopolitical risk again, you don't really necessarily want to buy gold, because central banks are sellers of gold in order to raise money in order to buy more expensive energy. So it's suffering from kind of a near term. It doesn't really have the supported inflows at this point. So it just seems to be suffering a little bit from a narrative shift. The real rates move higher, obviously structurally is a headwind there too. So yes, we're seeing some alleviation on yields this morning, but and 30-year yields are down 20 basis points from the highs 4 days ago. But the front end is still largely bid. It doesn't really look like the Fed's going to be doing any easing anytime soon. So you're not really getting the liquidity story too. Bitcoin also had a nice move over the weekend, but it's kind of fading a little bit too. So it's a little bit in the, what's the point, right? Well, it's not the asset classes that are really moving right now, not really attracting those capital flows, I think.
Yeah, Shai.
Just wanted to mention really quickly, gold expiry is tomorrow, so that could also be an issue as we're rolling from K to M. I mean, traders should be in M already, but that contract is coming off the board tomorrow.
If you're not watching gold the day before expiration and how much of a mover it is, Very, very careful, everybody. It's one of those things that, remember, you forget it's physically delivered. Not the micros, that's financially settled, but physically delivered in the gold. When you get into these types of markets where really everyone's watching the physical delivery of a lot of stuff. I mean, there's moments where gold it's very passive and people aren't really looking at it, and expirations can be kind of quiet. But you get into gold and oil expirations right now, be very, very careful with your positions a few days out or a day out, especially. It can get really wild. Speaking of oil, Shai, I mean, this is the market. This is the market that equities just love. Equities love the everything up but oil market, and that's why it just look, even with the news overnight, trying to get oil back up, the equity market said, hang on a minute. I mean, NASDAQ's obviously looking like it's eyeing 30,000. Everyone's talking about it. I mean, it's just the inevitable. Whether it's in the next 5 minutes or the next 5 days, it's likely to get there. Maybe I screwed that up. Doubt it. Even I can't stop the NASDAQ. But what's going on with oil?
So, I think part of the reason is that people can't really wrap their heads around the loss that we are having. Everybody wants this to be over with. Everybody wants the Strait to be open. So they're going to get very excited. But what people forget is that we have 14.5 million barrels a day offline still. And, China's helping a little bit because they've pulled back on their purchases and digging into their SPR, but that's only about 5.5 million barrels a day. We don't have May's numbers yet, but that was April's numbers. And the cushion is gone. I mean, we're draining fast commercial crude stocks, SPR in the U.S., all of Vortex Global Floating Storage is all of the excess is gone from that market. And so I think because people are feeling it at the pump, but they're not feeling it anywhere else really yet, that people are just kind of dismissing it and thinking that this isn't going to matter and everything's going to be fine. But as I keep saying, this is going to take months to filter into the market, particularly in the U.S. market, because we've been rather insulated, right? Because we're now exporting more than that we're importing. And we had the luxury of having a cushion in commercial crude stocks, but that is draining. So I think this is going to show up months down the line, and that's going to be a problem. That said, the way the market architecture is kind of set up right now, I think that if you look at gamma levels and blind spots, that, I think dips will remain to still get bought. Particularly today, that 91 to 93 area is very important on the downside, and 100 to 103 on the upside. But I think that, I still think dips will get bought. So I'd rather be long this market than short this market.
Yeah, I think the problem with crude oil, again, price, is for traders. I look at the charts here, you're kind of back in limbo. And although the fundamental story might continue to be supporting higher prices, we're stuck in an area where I don't think the market loves the risk versus reward. Now, every time we dip into the 80s, you've seen a decent response. We'll let Jimmy talk more about this in the Edge report, but I've got 87-ish as key support, and the VWAP for the year comes in at like 83. It wouldn't surprise me to see that happen, just because markets do what markets do, right? They push to the outer edges. Speaking of outer edges, here we are right now in equities again, Craig. I mean, they're just really so resilient, and you have to really look at this as a time. I mean, I've been doing this a long time. I know we all have in here. When I look at equity markets, when we get into these highs, you see the conversations everyone talk about, oh, people are hating on the rally because they're not in it. Well, look at a lot of equity portfolios, most of us have them. They're doing great, and I love to see it. As a day trader, it gets just hard up here because every day it's a new price. You don't know what resistance is. You're buying very narrow pullbacks. What does the options market tell us? Is there anything that's really helping you on these all-time highs?
Yeah, the other thing, too, is you're not really, people are complaining about the breadth of the rally, right? I mean, because you have plenty of sectors that really aren't participating. And so it's, typically a foreboding signal. Well, if a lot of companies are making new lows, then...
I call bullshit on that, too.
No, and I was going to say, it's kind of because, if you think about it, the AI story really, yields don't really matter to the big companies. Oil doesn't really matter because most of the data centers they don't use oil, they're using gas. And so, the things that folks are concerned about the economy, the AI stuff is not really impacted. And so you get more money flow out of those other areas into the AI stuff. And so the narrowing of breadth is really not a concern. But yeah, you're right. I mean, as we continue to chop higher and grind higher here, every day it seems like a new name taking us up, or one day it's the NASDAQ, then tomorrow it's the Dow that kind of get, but you're right. When all the indices are kind of moving together, very, very hard to fade. As far as the options markets, volatility is still a fair bit elevated, right? I mean, the VIX is still 19. We're not back down into the mid-teens there yet. So, because I think there are folks who are looking at their portfolios and saying, I'm happy being long, but I need some hedges on just in case, right? I mean, because I am concerned about the economy and the backdrop into the second half. I don't exactly know if this geopolitical stuff is ever going to really go away. The stuff that Tracy talks about and the economy and the strait being closed and the supply chains, that is going to matter. And we've had, this kind of three-phase concept. First, we traded in the worst-case scenario. Now we're trading in nothing matters. And over the next 6 months, it's going to be the real implication. Some companies were able to manage it. Many companies in many industries weren't. And that's going to filter into earnings and outlooks, for the second half of this year that we need to deal with. But for now, in the middle of, towards the end of May here, it's kind of all systems go for the things that are working. And that's why you're getting these outsized reactions to things like Micron upgrades and the president mentioning them. I mean, it's, an analyst taking up his target from 540 to 1600. I mean, maybe he's a bad analyst or not, but but it's just, it's kind of a reminder that, where some of the sentiment is on some of these names that people feel like I've missed them. I got to get in.
Yeah. I mean, Jimmy, we don't talk about that much, but the VIX is still at 19. And you would think in a market like this, first of all, here's my 2 cents on this. I'm not day trading anymore. I mean, I do sometimes, not often. But when I look at all-time highs and I see a VIX as high as it is, the key here is just to not overthink this type of a tape, right? I mean, if you're coming in every day, which most people are here in chat and trading equity indexes, you really just got to focus on your short-term stuff. This all the stuff around you really can't even think too much about it. You got to get really honed in on your short-term stuff. Can't think too much about what the market's doing as a whole. I mean, yeah, you have to be aware of it. You have to be aware of the headlines. We try to help you every morning understand the market environment. But I look at it and go, when you're making all-time highs, the market clings to anything it can to go higher. And when things are doing really well, if you're a money manager, hedge fund, whatever, you just keep pounding that. And that's just what's happening right now. And so I think for traders out there, you don't have to think too much about it. You've got a VIX at near 19. You're still getting volatility in a bull market, which you don't really see too often, Jimmy.
Yeah, I mean, these news bombs are doing the opposite of what we're used to, right? Bad news usually, breaks the market, and good news usually lets us trickle back up. It's the opposite almost. Like if there's the prospect of any good news, we get this huge rally. I mean, the state of the market right now is, for whatever reason, is bullish. So what that means to me is I'm looking for places to buy dips. Even though Friday afternoon we had a great short, it lasted throughout the whole afternoon, and we're going to get that every once in a while. I'm still looking for areas to buy dips right now until the market tells me otherwise. I mean, this is, making all-time highs every single day almost. It's crazy.
Yeah. I mean, another thing to point out is a simple thing for me when I was a day trader and was for many, many years is that when the primary trend is up, regardless of what the reason is, you can't even think about that. I just would lean heavier into my short-term scalps in the primary trend versus fading the trend. I still think you could fade. With a 19 VIX, you could sell rallies. You can make some money, but you've just got to be more patient with them, and you probably got to be smaller. You got to inch your way in, unless you're all in at once, which some people are, which is fine. But when you have a volatile market on all-time highs, you can be short. Just don't overstay your welcome being short. You can be long, and when things are starting to work long, just know that that's the position you want to average in stronger. That's the one you can hold your winners longer in. That's how you become a trader, not just by following your strategy. We got a minute left. Craig, take us through the edge report.
Yeah, look, I mean, I think we have this, we talked about this kind of three-phase idea, the pricing in the worst case scenarios, and now we're pricing in, really the best case scenarios. There's some discussion on Twitter, you buy when the cannons are firing and you sell when the trumpets are flaring. Well, we're getting closer to when the trumpets are flaring here again. And so, because the market's excited for the prospects of deal, But then once the deal happens, then we have to face a reality. That doesn't mean that the reality is we're going to crash. It just means that the reality is we have to deal with the economy that we have, supply chain being disrupted, certain names and certain industries doing better than others. And so, but for now, it's hard to fight this primary trend. Positive gamma support, kind of quiet macro week. Yes, we'll get a lot of Fed headlines, but it seems like one of those weeks where we continue to grind higher. And so you got to pick your spots.
Yeah, I mean, pick your spots, ease your way into a week. You're coming off a 3-day weekend. Don't be in a rush. Perfect day for qualifier day 2. And I did see in chat earlier that Willie Nelson, shout out to Willie for his first qualifier, his first arena one. So good luck, Willie. Too bad we don't have event contracts on these. I'd be picking Willie. You always got to take the first time traders into this stuff. Anyway, it's about that time for this morning's Edge Report. Take it away, Jimmy.
All right, let's start with crude oil. Let's take a step back and look at a weekly chart here, and you can see when all the excitement started back here. We kind of gapped up when the war started, and we had these big candles here. A lot of volatility going on right now. The commitment to traders report, large specs are still pretty positive. Not a lot of change week to week the last few weeks. The hedgers are still relatively negative. Not a lot of change either week to week. So that's not helping us that much, but to Shai's point, maybe leaning a little bit toward the bull side. Let's go to the daily candle here. I have, again, my point of control is pretty keen right here. Now it's at 96.37. The original one here is at 94.77. That's creating kind of a zone of price happiness right now. We're trading below it right now. We're trading below all the EMAs, including the 50 EMA, but they're all pretty close together, starting to converge a little bit. And that wouldn't be surprising if we kind of had some more sideways action going forward here. I'm not holding my breath. RSI, we're toward the bottom of the range right now. Nicely sloping downward. No divergence there really to mention. Remember that gap way back when? This gap was from the beginning of March, not even close to filling that guy. But I'm going to keep it up there just in case. Intraday. Now we had that weird day. Friday was kind of a weird day, right? It was a holiday, yet there was some electronic markets that were open for part time. So it's going to make your charts look a little funky, but not really here in crude oil. So what we've seen here is I kind of highlighted this area of weakness, right? There's no volume here. I took this out of XYZ's playbook. He taught me last week on our Develop Your Edge maiden show. There's nothing here. There's nothing but gaps and nothing but low volume nodes. And that starts really from 95.69 all the way down to 93.28. So that's, again, it's looking for places to sell maybe right now based on that, unless we penetrate into that rectangle, into that area of weakness. Right now, we're kind of bumping up against it. So I drew that box all the way over there so I can get a perspective what's happened over the last few days. We're still kind of, we're south of that right now. We're wicked into it. We can't get any traction on the upside. Point of control is kind of elevated here. It's kind of a higher point of control based on the total volume profile, top to bottom, 96, 92.60, give or take. And there are some pretty good targets here. Let's kind of open this up a little bit more. Should we break into this area of weakness, then we have that previous session's highs up here, just kind of not too far away, 93.89. Jax 2 is at 94. And then we have that May 9th close. It's important to me, 94.77. And guess what? It's right by that high vol level and right south of that 0DTE put support at $95. So there is some magnets up there, but a lot. I feel this is heavy again. We'll see what happens. Even though the trend's up nicely from the Asian Open, continue on. The London IB kind of rallied as well. On the downside, that one-day min is at 91.50, and then previous session's lows, which is where we closed on Globex yesterday, which is what makes it kind of weird because of the holiday. That's down there at 89.75. Below that, S1 and S2 are really good targets here, 88.43. Let's shoot over and look at the E-mini S&P intraday chart really quickly here. The daily chart, yeah, we're making all-time highs as we go. And let's go ahead and kind of tighten this up a little bit too and get a 3-session look. Friday, last Monday, and then today. And you can see the point of control is pretty good, right? Point of control is pretty sticky right now between a 75.05 And where we peaked out yesterday, 75.60. We're driving back up to that level right now. And again, same thing. I highlighted this area of weakness. Not a lot of volumes traded there for a long period of time. There's no auction there. Nobody's excited about being there. So until we're there, again, that's going to be my line in the sand on the downside, looking for places to buy. This is a bullish marketplace. I'm going to open this up again. And, if we do break down in here, then put your stops in. Be protected. Remember, the previous session's low is right there, 75.17. Target on the downside. Below that, Jack's 1 to 7,500. On the upside, that one-day max, I'm going to keep my eye on that one-day max, everybody, 75.57. Then previous session's highest is next up there at 75.69. R1, and then 0 DTE call resistance at 75.90. Ultimate call resistance at 76 even. So a lot of targets to the upside, folks, here as well. We'll see how this volume profile pans out if it gets more mature as we go forward here. That's this morning's Edge Report. Back to you, Deli and Shai.
Thank you, Jimmy. Shai, preview of our guest.
So we have Michael Every, who has been on our show before, macro strategist at Rabobank. So we will talk to him about what his thoughts are on the markets, the bond market.
Yeah, let's take a look at who else will be on NinjaTrader Live this morning. Of course, we've got the morning gap coming up with Michael, and we've got Tape Talk with TTrades. It is Tuesday, even though it feels like Monday, kind of. It still kind of feels like Tuesday to me. I don't know. Arena Cup Qualifier number 2. Kane, Christian, Jack, Joey, Nick, and Carmine. So Carmine will be on the afternoon with Jack, Joey, and Chris, and everybody else I just mentioned will be on for the morning. Boy, I wish we had event contracts on these. I want to bet on one of the boys. It makes it interesting. It would be fun. I know.
We'll see if we can make a market at Kelshi.
Chad, what do you think? Don't you think we should have event contracts for these? Prediction markets? What's your prediction? Let me know on chat. In the meantime, let's get Michael in here. Michael, good morning.
Good morning or good evening here from Asia.
Oh, good evening. And I'll be in Asia at the end of the year. What part of Asia are you in?
I'm in Thailand today.
Oh, nice. Oh, hey, nice. All right, well, let's get to it, Michael. Here's what we're looking at coming in on a Monday morning. I'm sorry, a Tuesday morning. We have equity indexes again up. What a shocker. I don't think anyone's surprised by it. I think maybe just a little bit, because overnight we had oil get pushed down, but then some news tries to push oil back up. It just can't quite do it. And then the one thing that we all talked about this morning is the gold market. The gold market really just can't find its way. First, everyone we were talking about it, myself included, with the bond market going down the way it was and rates are going up, hard to own gold. Well, the bond market's turned around substantially, and now gold is kind of turning back down as well. So I guess I just kind of laid out the landscape of what we're seeing here, scratching our heads. Maybe you could shed some light on what we're seeing here this morning.
Sure. Well, first of all, as a global strategist, I have to stress I don't give any investment advice. I don't manage any money. So I have to get that disclaimer out of the way. I'm the big picture guy trying to join up the trends of everything that's happening everywhere. But with that out of the way, what I can say is that from a helicopter view, it appears to me that almost every market everywhere is in competition to see who can put more la into la land.
That's actually perfectly put. So I think let's focus on gold, because to me, gold is a market where we have chaos and we have inflation. You'd think that gold would really be doing well, but it's not. I mean, it is over a big course of period of time, but not as of late.
Yeah, gold's an interesting one because obviously it has its own specific dynamics. And if you look at the unfolding global backdrop, you would think that this would be yet another moment where it would take a leg higher. I think people are waiting to see what shifts happen in the overall geopolitical architecture as the next step, because we've already had a very good run in gold for very obvious reasons, which I don't need to repeat. But right now, from my helicopter view, we are at possibly a historical juncture where you have rival and radically different conceptions and arguments for what the next iteration of the global financial architecture should look like starting to emerge from both left field and right field and all different directions. And gold can certainly play a part within that in some conceptions, or it can play a very secondary role to others in a very different conception. So it's all about basically who gets to set the rules for what's happening going forward. I think that can be a large driver of it. Now, there are other arguments you can make, and gold bugs, I'm sure, will bite my head off and say there are 100 different factors there that I'm not including. Fair enough. I'm not a gold trader. But I do think it's important to understand just how important historically some of what we're seeing playing out in the background is, and what the potential ramifications are from some of the quote unquote noise coming from geopolitics there, which really I think actually is the signal.
Jai?
Let's go to the Strait of Hormuz. Obviously, it's been effectively closed for, almost 90 days now, over 90 days. Do you see any rectification, or are we going to have to globally figure out another way to move oil around the globe, essentially, without that strait? And what does that mean? And also, if you could talk a little bit about, because I think it's interesting that, we've effectively lifted sanctions on Russia, I think is a very interesting angle on that, all things considering. So what are your kind of thoughts on, how do we wrap our heads around this whole issue of the strait right now?
Sure. Well, I've just published in the last couple of hours, actually, on Hormuz. The piece was called The Hormuz Odyssey. And in it, I really point out how, similar to the Christopher Nolan movie that's going to be coming out in another couple of weeks, we are on this very long, epic journey through trial after trial, full of twists and turns. And Odysseus himself is both a man of high cunning, but is regarded as a very unreliable narrator, where no one's quite sure exactly what did or didn't happen. And that really sums up the chaos that we're seeing around us. Over the weekend, I'm sure everyone was glued, to their social media, and every 30 minutes it was a yes, no, maybe, yes, no, maybe, both the US and Iran contradicting each other, and then contradicting themselves sometimes, within short order. So it's very hard to piece out or piece together what's happening. I think that there is a possibility, I'll go no further from that, a possibility that we can get some kind of political short-term deal struck between the US and Iran, which would, on paper, which is of course not the same thing as anything physical, see an agreement, to get Hormuz normalized. But I don't think that will actually deliver the energy that people are talking about, because what you're really looking at here is the argument over the uranium, which is a separate discussion, which is supposed to play out for 60 days in the background, even if we get that paper agreement to reopen Hormuz, which would take time because you've got to demine it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And if there's no agreement on the uranium, we just go back to war again anyway, when that particular deadline passes, almost certainly, at which point Hormuz closes again before everyone's demined it and got all the ships out. So I think we're in for an extended closure, unfortunately. There could be a positive surprise. When we get it opened, eventually, I think it will be because of outside leverage, where it will be other countries alongside the US, be it China, be it Russia, be it even Europe in a united way, saying, look, the economic pain here is too big. We have to act in one way or another to get this resolved. But I don't think we're there yet, because markets are putting new la's in la-la land, or in fact, new la-la-la-la-la in la-la land every single day. We're not yet at that crisis point where geopolitics is going to react the way that it needs to. Ergo, I think the crisis will linger on. Where you see the reaction like Russian oil being desanctioned effectively is an indication that things will get truly ugly if we don't get extra supply fairly soon, because the whole world is running on inventory. And we've had decent inventories, that's absolutely true, but they are finite. And if you don't get that flow, it's going to be ugly. I mean, people say to me, as a non-oil expert, and Tracy, I'm sure you know this far better than me, how bad does it get? And I say, well, you can cut yourself in a couple of places and it will hurt, but you'll be fine. But if you suddenly lose like a pint and a half of blood instantly, or 2 pints of blood, you tend to die. And that's pretty much what's built into the system at the moment. If we don't get something to replace the blood bags that we're using at the moment, or the plasma bags, which are that decline inventories. So that pressure is there in the background. That's why we're seeing the US and Iran circling around each other. But I don't think, as I said, that markets in general are panicked enough yet to force the overall geopolitical move that we'll need in order to see a resolution there.
And in this whole issue, it seems the AI trade is running the world right now, and it doesn't seem to be losing any momentum, at least as far as investors are concerned. And obviously, even though we still have higher energy prices overall, we have higher copper prices, higher silver prices. I don't think these companies are really going to not build a data center because of price in those. So in those assets. So is it getting too ahead of itself, or what do you think that being that literally the whole world is kind of leaning on this trade?
Well, I think there's nothing more American. There's nothing more American than getting ahead of yourself and looking at mega profits. From an industry at the cutting edge of technology. I mean, it's a very long-running American tradition. I think the problem is that, first of all, on the physical side, if you do the physical accounting, and I've just been talking about oil, but let's talk about some of the industrial inputs that you're talking about there, metals, copper, aluminium, nickel, all the rare earths, etc. I'm not sure if they exist in the quantities required to produce the computing power to make the profits that everyone's thinking they're going to get. So that's one physical accounting angle you have to question. The other one is, where is the money going to come from for companies to make all this money? Because it's going to have to come from consumers, and no one's going to have a job if AI replaces everybody. So I'm taking things to an extreme, which is one way of looking at the world. I'm not saying this is a forecast, but if AI is as good as it says it is, and they're pricing for, who does what, earning what, where, in order to afford those services? But you know how the funds management industry works. Everyone has to just keep chasing the benchmark. You can't be the only one who isn't chasing it higher. So everything would just keep chasing higher rather than asking any fundamental questions about, does this make any sense? And to be clear, the technology does, 100% for the military above anything else. I'm not sure if it makes sense financially, or certainly not for everyone who's involved, because where's the consumer power going to come from to prop them all up? And we saw the same thing with streaming a few years ago. Again, not trying to talk any names, but everyone thought every streaming company was going to make a fortune, and people can't afford 20 subscriptions. So there's a dynamic that plays out over and over and over again, and AI may be the latest iteration, but it is a very important technology. I think it will be world changing. I'm just not sure how profitable it will be, because politics will enter from stage left.
They're going to get the money from buying the dip in the NASDAQ, Michael. Well, where you been? I mean, hey, everyone's just going to become day traders and just buy everything AI so they can make money for AI. I mean, I'm with you. I mean, it is, we're in an interesting time. And as you know, you've been doing this for a long time, making that assumption, is the markets tend to push the winners as far as they can until they can't anymore. And it's just kind of the market that we're in. We've only got 30 seconds left. I want to just go back to just a quick question just about crude oil. And I know that we're all looking at that price and saying we don't understand why it's trading the way it is. And I told Shai earlier, it's price. The market is just looking at it saying the risk reward isn't there yet. But why isn't it there yet? Why is the market not seeing what Tracy and everybody else is talking about? Why is it not acknowledging it?
Well, the market is Charlie Brown versus Lucy with football over and over and over and over again, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's pretty true.
It's true.
Michael, enjoy your evening in Thailand. Thank you so much for joining us today on NinjaTrader Live.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's so funny. Like, we have fun with this, and we can debate stuff, right? As a trader, as an investor, I look at things. I mean, most of my investments these days, I don't even really look at and buy stuff, and I kind of keep a lot of stuff, and some of it's managed. But I do still trade and look at stocks and some things, and it's like, man, like you said earlier, we were talking, kind of joking about it in chat this morning, not in chat when we were in here. Like, why did I just chase tech stocks, right? and it's like, again, this is, how many times am I going to live through these cycles? How many times am I going to see it? I started in the 90s. I saw it then. Came back in 08, market had a big crash. It always chases something. And this is where we are. And again, as most people here in futures markets are trading indexes or you're trading commodities, sometimes the stories just don't make sense, everybody. Sometimes they don't until they do. I think that as time goes by, it will unravel itself. And then when that story matters, we'll be covering it here. And ultimately, the markets will start to respond. But until then, hate to say, kind of put your head down and just kind of trade the tape that's in front of you. But as day traders, that's all you can do. And if it's confusing to you, be small. That's why I say it just be small and smart. Final thoughts for Michael today.
So yeah, I mean, I love talking to him just because he has such a big picture idea and, talks about things that maybe you should be looking at in the future or things or warning signals, right? To kind of keep an eye on for, what if this market gets too frothy, if it gets, to me, that kind of helps my overall outlook. So I love having a big picture idea.
Yeah, for sure. And again, head scratcher today on gold, but we'll see. I think it's going to poise to be.
Let's see what happens after roll.
It's going to be it's a good day for qualifier day 2 for those guys in there because I think gold's going to be a really busy market to watch. I think indexes will be as well. Thanks, Shai. We'll see you in chat.
Thanks.
All right. Next up, it's TTrades. Tuesdays with T. What's up, man?
Not much. How's it going?
Good, buddy. How was the long weekend? Where are you at right now?
Was good.
What's shaking?
I'm up north, Montana.
Oh,
so
you're in Montana?
Yeah.
Hold on. What are you doing up there?
Going to Glacier National Park.
Oh, look at you, chat. Come on. He's going to Glacier National Park. What do we've got going here? And we're sitting here. I'm here in Naples on air. So what time is it there right now?
6:45.
What is it? Oh, it's 6:45.
Yeah, it's not bad.
Yeah. No, it's not bad. Well, I'm glad that you could join us here while you're getting ready to go to Glacier National Park, my boy T. Remember, everybody, Tuesdays with T, and this segment is brought to you by CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. My boy T, we got a lot to talk about today. Markets are moving and grooving. What are we looking at?
Let's start with the NASDAQ here. I think everyone knows the market's looking for 30K. You can see how it just couldn't get over it on Monday. Quite the move on Monday, and so let the overnight go. We're forming this London low today, intraday. So I'm just looking for a continuation higher from the NASDAQ into these highs. And if you take a look relative strength-wise, NQ is leading, YM is the weakest, and then ES is in the middle. So I would be looking for, if YM wants to make a move lower towards the open, to form a reversal in here, and then that will help our NQ idea continue to trade higher. So I don't want to see price reverse off of this high to go lower. I just want to see it continue through this high up into the highs. So pretty simple for the NASDAQ today, and then I'll watch the reaction or the closure from today to anticipate tomorrow if we want to get a higher time frame overview. We have taken out this high. I'm not a huge fan of opening up with a gap like this and not touching into it. YM is pretty weak, could go reach into it tomorrow maybe. But if we form that intraday low right here, I don't mind leaving the gap and just following this trend higher.
Yeah, I mean, I remember when we were on at the beginning of May and we talked about it being a bullish month. Here we are. And I know typically you mentioned like towards the end of the months it gets a little bit tricky. When you see a candle like this in NASDAQ, because it could break pretty somewhat substantially from here and still be ultimately a bullish month. I mean, where's the downside breaker for you? Where does this market potentially, could it even turn bearish at all into the end of the month?
Yeah, so we talked about that early in the month. Here I was looking for a pullback right in the middle of the month, looking for around a 4 to 5% pullback. We got that almost 4%. And so around the middle of the month, we already got that. This would have been the point for me where if we were going to turn bearish or go down back towards the open of the month, it would have occurred. The fact that we hit this low, formed a reversal. I'm just looking for a continuation into the end of the month here. I'm expecting this to close into the highs. And then if we are going to get a move lower, I'd only look for that at the beginning of the next month. So the start of June. So basically you can put a vertical line right here. I'm expecting this to close into the highs. And then if we are going to get some sort of retracement or reversal again, I'd want to see that at the beginning of the month because then that would form the lower wick. I'm just going to keep staying bullish on indices unless otherwise noted. So no, I'm not bearish on it.
Yeah, I mean, when you see 2 months in a row in the NASDAQ, I pulled up my monthly chart where the opening is pretty much the low of the month. A lot of people look at opening ranges, right? You look at opening range,
Yep.
opening range, lower high of the week, lower high of the day. You look at it from a month's perspective, not easy to give up. Momentum is heavily in favor of the bulls. And that's why I mentioned this. I said, what does it take to even get bearish towards the end of a month like this? It's kind of hard to happen. I mean, again, you just have to either be patient and wait for the breaks, or if you're going to be short, know that you're going against a very powerful trend. What are we looking at next, T?
I mean, we already went over ESYM briefly. We can take a look at Bitcoin. I know a few people watch that. It's not super interesting to me because you would think that it would be trending higher. It's not. This is a big consolidation range, and it's been a grind higher. We take out our previous month's high, and we're back at our previous month's open. So this is kind of what I was looking at in the scenario on NASDAQ. If we were going to form any sort of reversal, middle of the month, forming that back towards the monthly open. We already got this. So for me, there's really nothing here until the start of the next month. And to me, it's looking a little bit bearish because if I was bullish, I would have wanted to see a close over this level, which we didn't get. So with that, I'm just still looking for this to, get a little continuation back into, the 73K area. If we do get a closure over this area, then we can continue higher. But I am, more neutral bias or bearish on Bitcoin.
And Bitcoin's just not getting love lately. Bitcoin and gold, they are not in favor. And you remember where we were last year, right around this time, they were really, really moving quite a bit. They are just quiet trades right now. So many other places to be trading. Let's move on to what's next. I'm going to be very curious to see what you think of gold today. You've heard us talk about it this morning. It's an expiration. I think most people have moved into M. But remember, everybody, if you're in K, you should be looking at M because K drops off tomorrow. But curious, what are we seeing in gold?
Yeah, so, if you remember at the start of the month, we were talking in here, we said if we're going to, have a bullish month or trade higher, we'd be looking for a low to form early here. It did form a low, and then we'd want to see a continuation higher. I was favoring that continuation until silver took out this high and had a very aggressive reaction. So with that, I was looking. After this day, it's pretty much like, why would you be bullish here? So just looking for this continuation lower. But since gold is the weaker asset, you would want to focus on that. And so since we invalidated this bullish move right up in here, I would want to see this previous month's or this current month's low taken out. It takes it out. And since we don't get any sort of aggressive reaction here, I would just be looking for this to trade into our current low. And so pretty simple, trade into this low, look at the reaction. If we don't get a reaction there, what lows next? Over here, these little lows. Take either of those and then this further down low. That's just quite some range to reach for. If we do get a reaction here, let me just rewind. Then we would be just looking for this to trade back up into this range. So we're in this little consolidation range on the daily, if you go ahead and look. So I would just be looking for price to reach towards one edge of the range. Which one's more likely? For me, it's the lower end because this is a bearish trend. And then I just look at the reaction at this low to tell me if we're going to go to this high or if we're going to get a continuation lower.
Yeah, I mean, in the way that it was up as much as it was overnight and then it's given it all back and now it's back to unchanged. Very much a two-way tape in gold, but we'll see. We'll see what the boys do trading gold today. What do we got next, T?
Yeah, we can go take a look at oil. So we spoke about this previously. I think it was somewhere right in here. But basically, looking at that 90 level, now it's a little bit different with the contract rollover, but around 86 now. And we held it, and so this is just then a consolidation or a trend higher. We can't really continue this trend higher, and so to me, it's quite uninteresting, right? It kind of looks like NASDAQ from, the fall, where we're just in this range, right? And we're not going anywhere really on the higher time frames. And so for me, it's not that interesting unless we get some sort of reaction, maybe at this low to go higher. I'm still bullish or consolidating unless we get a closure through this level, then I can look for it to trade lower. But I would say there's better markets to be watching right now than oil. I just think that nobody really wants it, but.
Yeah, I mean, it's a sloppy tape. It's headline driven. You get bullish news, bearish news every other hour, it seems, on X. Tough tape to manage in, and it's just not the cleanest when you look at it. Like you said, from a technical standpoint, you're really just kind of held by super short-term charts, kind of get in, work your stop, hope it works out, and a headline doesn't bleed against you. I agree. It's much better places to be trading than oil currently, I think. What else? You know what? I want to take a look at ZB today. It's up over a full point. Curious what you think about that market. I'm wondering if you think maybe it's found a bottom.
I mean, that does look like a pretty decent bottom. It did take out a low, so I would consider that. I can go ahead and mark that up. We have taken out this low over here, so I'm fine trading away from this low. We've taken out a low right here, so I'm fine with this low. And so we could, look for us to trade back up into this area. This is a nice V-shaped reversal. So yeah, this could look like a decent low for bottoms. So I don't know if you've looked at rates at all, but maybe they're getting some pullback.
Yeah, I mean, look at last week. Everyone was talking about how rates were getting to the highest they've been in 22 years. Should have been a sign that there's going to be a bottom soon. Hey, it's the highest rates have been in over 20 years. Just, buy the dip in bonds. It's the typical headline that hit, and now we're back in this range, which again supports equities. And I mean, it kind of takes volatility down a little bit across the board as well. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, a lot of data this week. Bonds are going to be a mover. I know the chat was asking for a few things. They want to see Euro USD. Somebody's asking, Feven's asking for HG. We got a copper trader out there, folks.
All right. I know copper was moving a little bit. I haven't looked at it since the move up on silver, but go into euro, the person asking about euro. I'd be focused on the dollar first. And, we spoke about this here. It's just in a range. And so since we are at the high in this range, what do I prefer? And move back into the range. So I'd be bearish short term on the dollar here, back into the middle of this range. And I'm just going to take from the low to the high here. And so it's kind of this area right around 98.3, somewhere in there, just seeing if we can get a little retracement there. Then we just look at the price action there. Do we get a reversal to go back higher, or do we fall through that area, trade towards the low of the range? Currently, I would favor price to stay a bit higher just because the monthly candle is green. So if we are going to get that move lower, once again, at the start of the month for dollar, and then that's the same thing for euro. But I do think, once again, there's better markets to trade. Here's an expansion. That's what you want to be trading. Here's a consolidation. So unless you're trading, kind of a mean reversion strategy, this is stuff I don't favor just because it's quite choppy.
Yeah. I mean, again, nobody wants to hear it, but what's the cleanest trend out there? Long NASDAQ and S&P.
Yeah, I think this has been it's been the easiest trade that I've ever seen in my life. It's like you just buy the NASDAQ and wake up and buy.
Going up.
It's like
no one wants to believe it.
Yeah. We can go take a look at copper really quick.
Let's take a look at copper.
So, yeah, you can see copper had that move. Same timing as gold and silver right there, right? It just has a much better move, to this previous high. It has that target there. So we take a look at the difference between silver and it. You can see same move. It's just a bit more expansive. So nice move, takes the high. And then we get that reversal signature, right? So to me, this is not bullish, right? Higher. This is bearish. So I'd be looking for copper to make a move lower back into there. And that also aligns with my gold and silver idea of being bearish. So I'm just viewing this as, if we walk through, this is expansive. This is a retracement or a consolidation. I want to see another expansive move lower. And we have the low right there. So I'd be looking for copper to head back towards this monthly open. Maybe it doesn't happen early in this week, but maybe late into the week or start of next week. Who knows? I don't really watch copper too much, really, unless it sets up quite cleanly.
Yeah, I just pulled up copper on my daily chart too. I actually have a sell signal on my beacon indicator, which comes in right where we are right now.
Yeah, I can mark
trend
out
has been pretty
the whole
strong
idea.
up, but it's kind of like it was a sneak above the old high back from January or February, somewhere in there, and then right back in range. That's what copper's done. It's an expensive product, everybody out there. If you've never traded HG, just make sure you look into it. It's pretty pricey, and it's pretty volatile, so make sure you're working stops in that. We got a minute left, T. What are we going to do? We can look at another chart, or you and I could do a little prediction ourselves on Qualifier Day 2.
Well, who's all in the Qualifier today?
All right, let's do a little prediction with a minute left. So, chat, we need your help here. First, we need to get the likes up. Let's get these likes. We've got almost 900 people in here. We're only at 166 likes. Let's get this thing moving a little bit here. Please click like and subscribe. We've got, let's look at the list today. We've got Kane, Chris, Jack, Joey, Nick, and Carmine.
I don't know if I know
Chad?
Joey. I think Joey's the only one I don't know there.
Joey's the only one I don't know. Okay.
Yeah.
So, Chat, we need your help. Who do you like today? I need to start seeing it. I need to see the likes go up, and I need to start seeing who you like in chat. I need something to lead into the next segment. I need to bust somebody's chops. I need to see whose name I'm not seeing in there. Chat, give me something. So we've got 2 for Carmine already. First 2 for Carmine. Nick is the champ. The champ. Jack, Kane, Chris, Nick. A lot of Carmine and Nick, man.
What about my boy Chris? What about Kane?
I mean, yeah, there's some for Kane. Those are Kane's burners. That's why he's getting votes now.
Kane's burners accounts.
Yeah. So who we thinking? See, look it now. If we're contrarian, T.
I don't see
Chris.
Jack on there. Jack?
I call few
there's
for
a few
Jack.
Jacks.
I would say Chris and Joey are the underdogs.
Yeah, Chris and Joey are the betting favorites, you know. If you want to make more money.
Who do we got, T? I know Kane's your boy. He won't mind it if you don't pick him. Don't worry. If you pick him,
I think everyone expects me to go with Kane, you know?
Yeah.
We'll see.
So
If we have a good 10 a.m. setup, Kane wins this. If not, maybe I'll go with Chris or Jack. I think they're pretty good at trading the trend, so we'll see. If we're choppy, then maybe Carmine. I know he uses order flow. Can get in and out.
I know it's all about the conditions. You don't know what you're going to get, right? You don't know. But here's the thing, too, T. You got multiple markets, right? So you've got all these different markets. And so that's what leads me back to Jack a little bit. We call him Jack of all trades here. He trades all these markets like Kane. I mean, is Kane even going to try and trade ES and SIM? You think it would
Here's the thing. I don't think I believe if you quote Kane, I think the words of "I have never touched ES with a trade in my life."
Yeah,
something like that.
That's what I mean.
So I think he would probably not do that, even for a competition. So maybe that's what I'm saying. If NQ has a good 10 a.m. reversal, Kane secures that. If not, I think you're gonna find the people that trade the multiple assets follow the trend there. I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, Ninja saying Nick is not competing today, but he'll be there. He's like, he's what do we got? We got supporting traders in here now, like like we got service animals. We got service traders in here now too. He's in there for support. All right.
Chris is mid trade and he asked for his moral support.
Yeah. All right. Well, we got a little bit of everything in there. All right, T. As usual, everybody, go follow my boy on X. Check out what he's doing on YouTube. And, hey, enjoy your day in Glacier National Park. Thank you for joining us here this morning. We appreciate it, T.
Yeah, have a good one.
See ya. How about that? He's going to Glacier National Park after this. I mean, I might hit the sauna midday. That's what I'm doing. I don't know what you guys are all doing. I'm going to be watching the Qualifier Day 2. Quick look at the markets, and then we will bring the boys in. Again, equities up over 1% in S&P and Russell. Actually, in the NASDAQ and Russell. S&P and Dow still struggling a little bit. Crude oil off this morning. As you guys may have heard, there's been some news overnight about Iran. What else is new? Watch for that throughout the day. Crude oil sitting just below 93. Gold has now turned back positive in the day. I think gold's going to be a market a lot of these traders are going to be watching to trade in the competition today because it's busy. Two-way tape. Going to be a lot of opportunity. Bond market, as T said, I know many of you probably don't follow bonds, but you kind of should. I mean, it impacts its interest rates and impacts everything you do on a regular basis. Bonds have had a massive move off of the lows and, again, supports equities, lower rates. And kind of mixed against the dollar, not much there. But anyway, Qualifier, Day 2. Let's get ready to trade the open with Kane, Jack, Chris, Joey, and Nick. Oh, we got 3 out of 6 here. That ain't so bad. Look at Kane. He's just waiting to say something.
No,
Let's
no,
hear
I'm
it.
not.
No,
I'm,
very
I'm not.
quiet.
No, nothing for me. Just love for tea, you know.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
I remember it. If you have friends like that, you don't need enemies. You know what I'm
You see how I did it? Listen, I did it just to see. I know you take everything so personal. He's going there. Yeah. Jack, Chris, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, fellas.
Morning, boys.
So,
Morning,
guys, any positions coming in? Anybody have a position on right now?
I don't
We can
think
trade
I'm allowed
already?
to trade.
I know. I know you
tried-
can't trade till the open. Maybe you got a live one going on into there. You never know.
Oh, no, not me.
I was long
No.
NQ this morning. That was it. I got out of it literally like 15, 20 minutes ago.
Yeah. All right.
No.
Well, let's go around the horn. Let's take a look at what everyone's looking at. Let's start with Chris. Chris, set the tone for today. I mean, this trend has been unbelievable. Every time I see markets like this, I think of you as really the guy to come in and trade these on NinjaTrader Live, because all-time highs, NASDAQ, you just kind of wait for the opportunity to get long, and you just been doing it pretty much every week you've been on here. So I'm curious what you're seeing today.
Yeah, so we're gapping up after seeing a huge reversal from prior week low. I shared last week that from that bounce we just had to focus on longs. New highs here. Now we're at a point where the 4-hour and the hourly are starting to consolidate, and I'm wondering if it might be a range day for us, which would suck for us trend followers. But we're right under that 30K level in NQ, so I'm wondering if maybe it wants to sort of create a little bit of chop and then break out and tag that 30K. I don't think it hit it last night. But if we can hold here into the 820s, 830s in NQ, the recent breakout area, we can target that 30K area. If we can hold there, then we can push out and break out above it. If we fail to hold at 820s, 830s, then can we move back down to the overnight low, which was a test of the prior day high, and bounce once again? If not, we do have Sunday gap low support around 670s, 680s. If that fails, then can we close the gap and move back down to the breakout of this 2-week consolidation that we were in into that prior day low 450, 460s? So if it is going to be range bound, I think, I might just focus on a zone to zone approach versus trying to capture a big trend, since it looks like we did that since last week's bounce.
Got it. Yeah, I mean, Kane, we'll go to you next. Got this big gap up, 3-day weekend. Yeah. It's like, you said you were long NASDAQ earlier, covered. Is that the play today? It's just like keep looking to buy the dips? I mean, what would make you even take a look at this gap potentially getting filled?
I would need to be honest, I would like to see it probably open up around here. Either trade into yesterday's opening print around like 950s, 960s. I don't know if we got a 30K today. I see it as a draw. I get it. We hung around there a lot yesterday. We didn't really break lower. We break lower overnight. We basically bring it back. I don't know. Obviously, the logical thing is at least trade to the low of Sunday. The gap low or the gap high, whichever way you look at it. But yeah, naturally, we're kind of just in the middle, right? Like in terms of when I look at the Sunday gap up and where it kind of opened, we pulled all the way back, basically to 50% of that Sunday Monday move. I could see it go either way from here, so I'm just going to trade it whichever way it tries to go. And if it fucks around too much, great. I'm kind of bored of waiting for this market to sell off, as you can probably tell. So I'm yeah, it's just I've grown grey hair since the last time it sold off well. Yeah, I'm getting like you.
Welcome to the party, pal.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, so I don't know. My eyes are actually on gold. I want to see gold trade a bit higher out of this low. Other than that, don't really care about anything else. 6E is going to do nothing. Oil's down. I don't know what it's going to do, So right now my eyes are on indices either breaking lower or higher, or trade with it, and gold potentially trading higher. That's kind of my game plan.
Yeah. All right, Chad, we're going to go to Jack next. But remember, Kane and I are going to be in London. Well, Kane's always in London. And June 18th for NinjaTrader Live meetup, where Kane is going to be trading the close with Trader Brand. We're going to have a lot of fun.
Looking forward to it.
Kane and I are going to go to dinner.
Yeah.
So make sure you sign up. Going to be fun. If you're in Europe or if you're in the States and you want to shoot over there, that's cool too. But if you're in Europe, come check us out. We'll be there. And we've got nearly 200 people coming, Kane. So
Damn.
it's going to be a lot of fun.
That's
I'm
good.
excited about it.
It's going to be fun now.
Cool. All right, Jack. We're right in your wheelhouse here, Jack. All these different markets. Everyone's kind of focusing on one or two. But, you know, we're not getting a lot of love in those other markets today. It seems like it's really NASDAQ and gold. What are you seeing?
I'll tell you what, I'm going to trade absolutely everything here today, and I'm going to trade them all on a smaller time frame. So I'm going to be pretty busy with the mouse clicking this morning. I have not, however, looked at the markets in a week. I got back from Mexico after some travel troubles, 2 o'clock in the morning last night. So not only have I not traded since last Tuesday, but I'm on about 4 hours of sleep. So
You need a Bloody Mary, dude. You need.
I'm not starting to drink right now. We had enough of that over the weekend. So, and I gotta leave, and I leave Thursday for Canada. But anyway, I don't know if it's allowed, but I got a semi-automated strategy I built that is really good for the 1 minute time frame. So I'm going to be running that across the board. You're going to see a lot of orders flying across my screen. I haven't had a chance. I just finally got it developed last week. So when I say semi-automated, it means I'm still manually deciding when the order is to be placed. And then there's just things like, auto stop, break even. So I'm going to be running that, and I'm going to trade every single market. I really haven't tested it yet, and I haven't traded in a week. So if it works, great. I'm going to be feeling pretty good about it. And you won't see a market that I'm not going to be trading here today. And I'm going to be trading.
You know what? I'm glad that
fast.
I'm glad that you're doing this. This is a perfect time to test strategies like this out, honestly. I've been working on some automated stuff, and, these are perfect for it because you actually have a chance to win some money. If you're traders out there, look at the world's going more and more automated. We all know AI is helping people trade strategies, create strategies. It's a good time to come in and test them.
I figured, not a lot of downside if it's not working the way I think it's going to, and a little bit of upside if it is. So that's what I'm going to be doing.
He's going to watch it start clicking buttons. I swear to God, he's going to definitely have a Bloody Mary, double shot of espresso, and just sit back.
I got a Red Bull. Yeah. No alcohol in it, though.
Yeah. All right, boys. Have fun. Looking forward to seeing Kane in a couple weeks. I won't be here next week. I won't be here for next week. Or the week after. Yeah, I'll be here the week after before we
You just never here.
So I'll be able to see.
It's fine. We get it.
We'll see you when we see you then.
We'll see you when we see you. We'll see you.
Every time I'm on here,
Chad,
he's like, I'm not here next week. Don't worry about it. I'll see you soon.
I didn't know you'd be here Tuesday. I won't be here the next 2 days. So anyway,
Okay.
Chad, show my boys some love. Hit like and subscribe, and have a good trading day, everyone. See you later.
Ciao, Dudley.
Thank you.
Good.
Later.
Have a good 2 months, I guess.
2 months.
Jack, how was Mexico?
Oh, it was great. It was my brother's wedding, and it was a really good time. It was both families kind of meeting each other for the first time. They're from Texas. We're from Chicago, so didn't see much of them. But we hit the town every night, a little bit all inclusive, so probably overfed myself in many different ways. But yeah, last night supposed to get home at 7, and I had a layover in Dallas. That didn't work. They diverted us to Austin. And my parents are still in Dallas. Or they ended up sleeping there. I was like, I need to get on a flight tonight. I bought a flight on a different airline and showed up at O'Hare at 1:20 in the morning. Now I'm here. But yeah, it was a good time. Puerto Vallarta. And I said it last week. I was joking with my brother. I gave a speech for my brother's wedding, and it was Pride weekend in Puerto Vallarta, and Puerto Vallarta apparently is a gay town in Mexico. So it was the straightest thing going on in that town for that weekend. So it was quite interesting, to say the least, but a good time.
Nice. Yeah, I
And,
went to Greece for a wedding actually over the weekend, which
which
was
island?
a little island off Santorini called Ios.
Ooh,
Yeah, it was okay. It was nice. Well, it was nice obviously for them. Very small, intimate wedding, but yeah, quick in and out. Definitely not as luxurious as yours by the sounds of it. It wasn't all inclusive. I stayed in a villa and just kept on
yeah,
the sober side.
I feel like that's not you don't see that too often in Greece, but I mean, probably the water might be a little more blue in Greece than it is in Mexico.
It was
Oh yeah.
crystal clear. Yeah.
I've only been there once. It was last summer, also for a wedding. I feel like weddings in Greece are the thing to do. I'm waiting for a Christian's wedding, and Christian, where are you going to have that at?
It
He
probably
already
will
brought
be
his
in
girlfriend to a
Mexico.
work event. I mean, that ring's coming soon.
Not yet.
Not yet.
Let's bring it down here, okay? Let's bring it down. They can hear it in here.
Okay, never mind. That ring's not coming soon.
I'm not sure which is better.
That's funny. Yeah, but I don't know. I have like no read on the market. I literally haven't had my computer open for 4 days.
You're just gonna spray and pray.
Spray and pray. Well, that's why I'm trading the 1 minute time frame, because I don't really need they'll just be following whatever's the price action is instead of picking bigger levels like I normally do. And well, we all know the NASDAQ and the ES go up.
Apparently only go up.
Oh yeah.
Just sitting here itching to hit a button though.
So you don't think that we'll hit 30K, Kane?
I mean, I think it's just too obvious right now. I mean, if we do, obviously great, but I could quite easily see a sell off of it before we get there. Because I don't know. I like to see people get hurt, and I think if everyone gets long for 30K and they get a pullback and flush everyone out and then slowly grind it back, it kind of leaves most people on the wayside. But I do like the current low, in all honesty. So
Yeah.
we'll see. We'll see. What about you? What do you think?
I think what we've seen lately is like a little pop right at the open. So I'm wondering if that pop happens here and we tag 30K and then we just consolidate. Because we ran quite a bit from that prior week low last week. So I'm wondering if we start to consolidate now. So we'll see. You're only going to trade in Q?
I'm not sure. I'll look at them all, but like I typically do one of two things in these tournaments. I either only trade one or I trade all of them. And as of late, when I've traded all of them, I've just got absolutely smoked by every time. So I think I'm just going to stick to one and kind of just trade the way I want to trade. But right now I want a long gold. Like I actually want a long gold on a slight pullback here. So I wouldn't mind NQES driving a little bit higher, give me a good price on gold, try and buy it around that like 4.512 level. So yeah, we'll see. But right now, I think gold is the one that I'm probably going to trade the most today by the looks of it.
And that's 2 contracts that we can trade, right, for gold? Let me see.
Yep. It's 3. It's the indexes are the only ones with 3. It's 2 and everything else.
2 gold, 2 oil. All right.
Yeah, I had to check that out a few times, make sure my bracket orders are all set up correctly.
I haven't done that. I should do that. At 12 minutes.
Yeah,
Morning
same thing. I like the gold long here too, and man, it's just like feel like my hands are frozen, not being able to place anything.
Chat, how is everyone? I haven't seen you guys since last week. Hope you're all well.
I think this is Kane and I's first time on with one another.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. To be fair, I'm practically only on with Leo and the boys on Wednesdays now. Like it's like I don't really do anything else. They don't like me any other time, guys. Kidding.
No, you have some afternoon show. No? What day is
The-
that?
The Tuesdays like every 3 weeks.
Oh.
But I only feel like I don't. It's not like a regular one. But yeah, I'm busy the rest of the week, like most of the time. So yeah,
Well, you do your own streaming, no?
yeah, not as much as I would probably like. I just obviously I do NT Live every Wednesday, and then every couple of Tuesdays I do the PM. It just depends when it falls, really. And then practically every other New York session other than Mondays and Fridays. Mondays I normally do. Fridays I just don't ever trade anywhere on Fridays. So
Yeah.
that's my down day. I like having a 3-day weekend.
Especially in the summer.
Yeah, we got a fucking heat wave right now. It's too much, actually, a little bit.
Where are you are you in London right now? Where are you at?
I'm just outside London, yeah.
What's a heat wave for you over there? How hot?
It was 33 degrees Celsius yesterday. So that's what, 91 Fahrenheit?
99? 91.
91, yeah.
Oh, that's not bad. That's hot for you guys?
Oh, that's hot for us, yeah.
Really?
Like, well, our houses are built to retain heat, right? So when it's 30 degrees, it like the inside of a house feels like 35, 36 if you
Oh
don't
my
have air
God.
conditioning. Yeah, so it's
What do you mean
not.
your houses are built to retain heat? You got like old English, mud huts or something? Or these not they got the air circulating?
No, I don't know if it's a motto, but they're just very, very well insulated, so they don't dissipate heat very well. So like
Yeah.
because we're basically for like 3 weeks of the year we're hot, the rest of the year it's cold and rainy. So like you don't want to
Yeah.
have your heating blasting in the winter. So they just basically all the houses that have ever been built have been built to retain heat.
We definitely get the same problem of the cold winters over here in Chicago. So I feel your pain.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you get like does it get really hot in Chicago?
Yeah. I mean, it's gonna be 80 today, and I'm wearing a sweatshirt. But I'm the type of guy that'll run the AC, so I can wear a sweatshirt in my house during the day. At
Same,
least.
to be honest. Yeah, that's kind of like me. It's just easy. It's convenient to like take it off and cool down, then turn on the heating and wait for it to warm up.
Yeah. Yeah. The problem is once you let your house get too hot, it just takes if I want to go to bed, I like to go to bed at 67 degrees. And it could take 2 hours to bring it down from 70, 77 to 67. Just because it's pretty easy to heat up a home. It's definitely not easy to cool it down for whatever reason. I'm sure some scientists in here could explain that, but
Chris, what's weather like where you are right now?
Probably 30 Celsius for you. But I mean, you can get 114, 115 Fahrenheit. So that'll be what, 38, 39,
Yeah.
maybe 40.
Yeah, we had that in 2023. We had like a 40-degree heat wave for like a week, and like the country just like couldn't work, like just didn't function very well.
Yeah, I bet.
115. Are you in the desert?
Yeah, California is a desert pretty much.
Well, yeah, but not all of it.
No, but they get burning super hot.
What do they call that spot where it's super, super low? Hell something. It's like the hottest
Oh, in the
place.
Mojave Desert, probably.
It's in California.
I know what you're talking about. I don't know
Is
the
the
name.
Mojave in California? I mean, I'm not a geography. Death Valley. There you go.
Death Valley, yeah. Don't
Here
go
we go.
there.
You just evaporate. Now here's gold peaking up to a new swing higher this morning, right as you were saying getting in.
Sad Sad.
Yeah, Kane, I know you use a lot of like midpoints, Kane. So one of the things I look at that you'll see on my screen is this blue line I have is just measures the middle of the prior day. And
Oh,
so I
okay.
always like to, yeah, we came right about to that 40, 45, 19, 10 is what I have that measuring at.
Yeah, I just love the midpoints of prior ranges and prior days or just prior swings. Like, I don't know, it's just I've always found the market just moves there gradually or all at once, and then it just comes out. So
Yeah. Yeah, if this competition could also start at 9:29, so we could at least get the opening candle next time and then indexes without hitting market buy, that'd be perfect.
or they should open up the specific things at the specific time, like gold at 8:20.
Yeah, that would make sense.
Yeah.
Let the early birds get the worms.
Well, the Tradeify Grand Cup tomorrow starts at 6 p.m. It starts at market open. I don't know whose idea that was.
Trying to make sure the degens get no sleep.
The market opens at 6 p.m. for you?
6 p.m. It opens 6 p.m. EST, right?
Yeah.
It opens at
Yeah.
11 p.m. for me. That's 11
Oh,
p.m.
They're
my
just
time. Yeah.
they're
And-
allowing the full trade, the full day's trade. I am not in that one. When is either you guys know when the finale is for this? I mean, I guess you have the 3 qualifiers and then the grand finale. I imagine it's probably a week after the next one, which is a week after today. But I could be wrong.
I actually don't know. I do know I'm not here for it. I'm away. But I do not know. I can't remember exactly when it was. They ran it by us. The 9th, the 6th of the 9th. That's it. June 9th. Yeah.
Okay,
Sorry.
good.
6th of the 9th. That's me. That's you. Give me the American date. Yeah. Sorry. Apologies.
All right.
Jack's already counting down. He's advancing. Yeah.
I don't even know how the advancement works, to be honest.
Well, we don't. We're like not even in the same bracket as the other people, right? Well, we are, but we do. Like our place doesn't count if we do end up.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's
Are they
basically
like
just us versus it's like me and you versus Chris and all the other guys. We're all against each other here, so we're not against the chat.
because I thought is Nick competing again today, or because I thought he was competing last time and then or is he
No,
like,
I don't think Nick's competing again, but he's going to be here on stream. So
gotcha.
yeah,
Deli said he's support. He's support. He's moral support.
I think he's showing up after us, right? At the 11 o'clock slot.
Okay.
how many of you do you think the open will be the high of the day? If we kind of open up here, I think that it could very much, if we get a spike and a retrace, then I think it could mark a high for a good while this morning. But who knows,
Yeah, I actually might try to get short in some euro. I know it's not going to do much, but I do think it could just sell off all day. I mean, we got a gap up in it, and I wouldn't be surprised to see that fill down into Friday's close.
The euro, yeah.
Not that that would be a huge move, but it is a full-size contract. Nope. Dropping down here in the indexes. This ES taking out the 9 a.m. low so far.
All right, let's see what we get, boys.
2 minutes. I gotta move your pretty faces off my screen, so I got some screen space to do what I need to do.
I dare you.
seen enough of yours, Chris.
You two stream a lot together?
Like
No?
probably at least once a week.
He said that's all I need.
I see a lot of Nick. That's who I see a lot of.
We sign with a normal login or the account numbers for the if you whichever account you registered with for the Grand Cup, not Grand Cup, the Arena Cup. Sorry, you register and just log into Sim. Then it would just be one of the accounts that you can select.
Yeah, it's I think it's a multi-numerical / letter account number. It's not going to say SIM. At least mine doesn't.
That
It's like a
mine
bunch
just
of
says,
letters.
yeah, just a bunch of letters. Good luck, boys.
All right, good
GG.
luck.
GG in the chat.
Be out there.
And that spike, once that 30K.
Getting that spike. Sell it. Sell it all.
Gold doing here? It's in a range.
Just pushing up now. So sad that it did that. Oh.
Oh, a little choppy here. ES is weak. I mean, cyclicals are probably weak. RTY at all-time highs. We can't trade RTY, huh?
We cannot trade R2A.
Semis are red. ES coming into this low. And NQ is so much stronger than ES still.
Yeah, I actually already tried. I tried along the NQ and flipped into a short already after I got stopped out fairly quickly.
Being patient here. I gotta too choppy. Choppy. Whatever Pack says.
Choppy, two boppy.
There you go.
Second target hit here in MNQ.
All right, so it looks like we're not going to tag 30K. Looks like it wants this 820s area in NQ, and then ES can probably tag Friday high again.
All right. It's got a third target there in the NQ. Actually, move that over. Put more orders in. Oil just popped. Yeah.
Damn.
Wackadoodled.
What's going on here?
Oh, short NQ, I covered everything now, though. Yes, it's dying, boys. It's dying.
I just got short Nasdaq again. Really aggressive. Took one off already though.
No trades for me yet. I'm managing my swings.
How they doing?
Yeah,
Good.
You're doing real job. You're doing your real job.
I'm doing my real job.
I don't know. ES actually just came into a higher time frame level I was looking at.
It's really nothing here for me now. We'll see. Traded back to that 4-hour low. Took out the low. I may actually get long ES here.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same.
For those of you that have held on to the fact that I don't trade ES, I do in these competitions, but I don't trade ES in my live account. Never have.
Okay.
What was it?
All right. We have a good old SMT.
SMT.
NQ bouncing off that 820s zone.
Just got short 6E.
Everyone gold to pull back.
Yeah, I got that for a few.
Oh, Oh, I don't know. No. Don't know.
I gotta do that too. I don't have mine.
Am I full screen right now? Oh.
All right, I got long NQ, long
Yeah, same.
ES. Off that zone I shared earlier, 820s, 830s. See if it holds for a follow through higher.
Chris, you long SMH right now?
Yeah, I am. I'm long a lot of semis.
I bet.
MU, my biggest gainer today, had a raise.
Nice. I love to hear that, bro. Nothing's fucking flying.
I know.
I covered NQ.
You were
That's
short?
true.
No, I was long.
Okay.
I'm gonna cover guess probably well, right here, more or less. I'm out.
Yeah, SMH at all-time highs. Beauty.
Yeah, I love that for you, bro. What's your
Thank
target
you.
on it?
All right, now to see if we go to 30K.
I mean, you can't even trade anything but the indexes.
DAX target for MGC right now is 45313.
Push. All right, just took 1/3 off at 1.5R, and then Q and ES, it's slow, so I'm still riding that. But I'm looking for 30K now in NQ. We had an SMT at between ES and NQ at the same time as NQ came down to the 820 zones that I talked about in the morning plan. You know, guys, so we were still remaining in an uptrend. So buying support is the easiest thing for me. Now we need to see if there's follow through.
I'm back short NQ. I got 3 on instead of 1. Yes, flying now.
Yeah, there we go. All right, so I took one off at 1R in ES. I'm just going to trail the rest. Morning fiber optic. Give me that 30K. MU and SNDK holding NQ up. Yeah, a lot of semis are just on fire.
You'd hope they weren't literally on fire, but they are mooning.
Yeah. Come on.
I mean, it'd be horrible if they didn't get there now. Even I'd be upset at this point.
£30 away. I think it will. Just so everybody can pull out their hats.
Good morning, good morning.
All you got to do is hold the NASDAQ. My goodness. You're trading in and out of anything.
Yeah. He wants it.
The times I've done that, it's never ended well. in these competitions for me.
Just a little more. And do you know who you're I don't know much about the Tradeify Cup, but do you know who you're competing against?
I know the username. I don't know who it is though. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
okay.
not. It's someone that qualified from round one. I mean, he made 16K off of one mini on like 4 different markets, but I think practically all of it's from silver.
In pretty much a week, huh?
They did a week. Yeah, there was a week. I have to trade that tomorrow. I have to trade that all week. Well, tomorrow. If I get knocked out tomorrow, then I have to trade it. But I'm trading that all week.
I took more NQ off. I have one contract left. Stop at break even.
What was this 40-point correction out of nowhere for?
We chop around now, or ES just got slapped right away.
Hmm.
Some big thing in oil, or oil popped up real big there. I don't know what's going on with me.
By your course, you can tell me why we reversed. It's a pass from me. Thank you, though. I appreciate the offer. Am I finally
You're
going to be
good.
able to get long gold? Come on.
All right, let's see if we chop around now in ES and NQ, because it looks like we're still in that, ES is still in that overnight range. NQ took a peek above. Might clips the rest at break even here. All right, I'm out of ES, right around break even. Let's see if NQ holds. Maybe we just chop around here.
Yeah, it doesn't
Yes,
look too
looks-
promising for the high, does it? I don't know. I don't really like the fact that we have new 4-hour candle in a couple of minutes. In 5, I'm gonna wait. I got out of my my NQ short. I'm long gold finally though.
CG.
It's not clean, is it?
Yes, looks like it just wants to consolidate here. Maybe some chop.
Definitely.
Oh,
Here
there
we
we go.
go.
Come on.
30K. Give it to him.
Mhm. Is this the day that we get 30K?
30,000 dollars for one single NQ.
That's awesome, Ronald. Thanks for joining us. And nothing happened with GS or with ES. Let's see what GC is doing. I need to put some GC on my chart.
Here we go.
There we go. 30K hit. All right, got more off. Where did my orders go away? Nope, I want that. Push. Let's go to what's next? I have 30,000, 55, 58 area. It's MGC, right? For the micro gold?
Yeah.
MGC, okay. I'm gonna trade it with you guys. See if I do well. That is 2 contracts. Why can't I sell one?
Euro took out prior day low and caught a bounce there. Not that you guys are interested in that, but I might actually start looking for longs here.
All right, now. Oh, it's rollover tomorrow for gold. So it's going to be choppy.
I have no idea. I trust that comment.
Yeah, I don't know when rollover is. Come on. I think he's just going to hit it and then pull back.
Yes, it is. Didn't you see my target, Chris?
What?
No, I'm joking. I got definitely more of a two-sided tape though in the ES so far, but
ES is a little bit stronger now.
yeah, I think they're going to catch up towards that high. I mean, Seal really got a pop there at 950, and that's what dropped the markets. But now the markets are hanging on with CL still up there.
Whoa, what happened here? Yeah, ES is picking up some steam. I'm gonna take some ES off here. Why does my orders keep going away? Sell stop 2. So 1. So 1. Need another push here.
Just goes to show, honestly, the damage you can do with a few micros. All of us up a couple $100.
Thanks for lunch.
Yeah.
And it's been a half an hour.
Yeah. It's true though, isn't it? A lot of people would like to make that amount of money in 30 minutes and get on with their life.
Totally.
Yeah, ES. Look at this ES here.
They just decided to do opposite things, don't they, today? which makes me think, what is YM doing? YM's moving up.
Think he's about to come back down. Why is this on gold? Should be on.
You just got short gold, but that might be a more range bound market here. I wasn't really liking that swoosh down at 950 in gold. That was a pretty hard sell.
No, why does it do that?
What did what?
It keeps. I take one off and it deletes all my orders on the chart.
I was gonna say I don't know if it was this, but I wasn't sure if it was the system I'm running, but I was having some order issues that were throwing me off too. Oil coming back down.
What the fudge?
Well, I don't see a ES coming up in my targets.
Gold looks pretty range bound.
Here we go, out of ES.
Bouncing now. Yes, going for new highs maybe.
Oil off, a buck off that spike up high that we basically, correlated with the index's drop. Dollar down from that level, and that was 10, 15 minutes ago.
What the fudge? I just got out of my trade. I did not want to do that. I bought 3. Just get out of ES and wait. No. Come on, give us a new high. Oh, I wanted to short GC. God damn it.
Got it. Short 19.3. Looking for a new low there.
And GC?
Yep. It's the first place it bounced this morning. Once that move down happened, I was like, oh. I mean, this goes all day, right? This competition. Not
Yeah, I
just the
believe so,
morning.
yeah.
Last time I was on a competition was me and Chris. We had like 2 hours to trade into the close. It's like, what is this? man, yes. Indexes of the trade. I mean, I'm trading all these other products, but they're like minimally affecting my P&L just because of the notional value and the size of the moves of the indexes.
Oh, so
Yeah.
it's not even worth it to trade those, or
I mean, yeah, it's really not even worth it. I mean, gold maybe a little bit if we were having an extremely volatile day, but I mean, when you're going up and down 300, 400 points on two micros in the other indexes, any of these other markets aren't doing half of that. I'm about to catch a 10-point move in gold is decent, I guess. But oil is. There's my first trade in oil.
we're consolidating up here. See if we can push out an NQ. We don't want a rejection from here. I don't. I think so, Sil. Thank you for that.
$20 minutes to the first half an hour.
Let's get a new high in NQ here, guys. Come on. Okay, I took some off in gold. I don't even know how many dollars we're trading with two contracts.
Like notional value. I'm about to get my target in gold here too. It's actually a decent trade.
I thought you can only have 2 max micros. I see you have 3. It depends. You can have 3 on indices on the micros, and then you have 2 in commodities and 1 in 60. Because 60 is the full.
I think 2 and 60, no?
I think it's just 1. I'm not sure.
Oh, it's been letting me trade 2. There must be an error.
Oh, it's 2 then, yeah. Sorry.
I'm like, well, I am cheating the system.
Cheater.
It's not really making any effect on my P&L, but
You're short NQ to 25K. Good luck, sir.
Yeah.
Keep us updated.
25K. I would like that.
You know what the market needs to do for NQ to get that?
Yeah, it needs to go down 5K points.
That would be a huge day. All
That's
right, I
what
closed gold. I don't know how many dollars that was.
You just covered gold. I just covered one of my 2 as well. It was like a $200 trade for me.
So maybe I made like $80.
Maybe.
What did you get in?
Yeah, I was short gold with him.
What was your price you got in?
Like 45.16.
You made like $100.
Oh, okay. I'll take it. Gold's holding that 30K, is pushing out now. ES as well, holding these highs a bit. Let's see if we can get new highs. Would love to take more NQ off up here.
And I missed that last run in NQ. No entry.
Yeah, Bitcoin looking good.
Bitcoin is?
Yeah.
Nice. I actually took some one of those bets for like the new futures bets or whatever.
Or the
Like, just
prediction market
trying to-
ones?
like the prediction markets. I took prediction gold or Bitcoin long this week on the Sunday night move lower. 5 days of consolidation down here.
Yeah.
It's something I like to look for. If I see 5 days of consolidation in the market, then I like generally bullish on the higher time frame and then open up the new week. All right, oil, get moving.
AMD. Ooh.
SpaceX is being priced at 220 times EBITDA.
Sounds like a great value investment. I'm right behind you, Chris. You better not sleep all day. I don't want you leaving that desk.
You better not fall asleep midway.
Yeah, true.
I might fall asleep, dude.
Like just a 30-minute nap. You wake up, it's like, what?
I think the first competition I ever did at Ninja, I fell asleep for 2 hours. And then I woke back up. I was like in first place, and then I fell asleep for 2 hours, and I woke up, and I was like, damn it.
Come on, I just need NQ to give me a push here.
I think he has to do the same. I'm kind of about to just bail on this and reset if we can't go higher.
All right, guys. While we wait here, tomorrow after the market close at 4 p.m. Eastern, I will be doing a Develop Your Edge segment, and I'll be breaking down how to build. You guys see me, share my trade plan each and every morning that I stream. So I'll be able to show you how I rely on the market structure or trend structure to build those daily plans, create those high probability scenarios that you guys see me trade on a weekly basis, and then how to execute those ideas. So I'll be taking you through a 3-part sort of series of how to understand the market structure to create the trade plan, how to create the trade plan each and every morning based off that, and then how to execute it tomorrow afternoon once the market closes. So tune in, and we'll show you how to align with the trends, because I know it's been very hard, to continue to participate on these really the last 2 months. But if you focus on market structure and you look at those important levels, you can continue to make those gains. So we'll go over that tomorrow, guys. All right, we're pushing out here. Gold's bouncing. Good thing I closed it. Yeah, tune in, guys, tomorrow. Whoa, chill. Robin's going to get jealous. All right, I'm going to take off a little bit more NQ up here. I have 1 contract left, and I'm going to continue to ride that.
Nice push there in the NQ.
It's pushing.
Push it. I think so. TTG. It should be long 3ES though, 3MES. These are up 1.6%. SPY's up 0.8. What's the 15 minutes extended? Oh, ES is at overnight highs.
We'll be flipping back long gold here.
What's it doing now? Let's see. Oh yeah, bouncing. Maybe a higher low against the low around 3 hours ago or 2 hours ago.
I don't think I had right back
It's
up
just
the highs.
range bound action.
This 4805 or 4510 level was something I've had marked. And that is what we stuck.
What about the IB strat? I'll be looking to trade it here for you guys in my other accounts. Hopefully it triggers and it works well.
How's that been going, actually?
It's kicking ass, dude. It's up around 550% since I started it. It was my first time trading prop accounts, and I took 2 payouts. So we'll see how it goes into the summer. It's a trend following strategy, so it's done really well because of this market.
Yeah.
We'll see how it does in like your kind of market, you know, where you make the points and I make less.
Yeah, I mean, sounds like sounds good though. Like a trend following strategy like last couple months is gonna just paid bucks.
Yeah, this kind of move makes me think we're gonna have like a 2-month sort of range where
Yeah,
like
agreed.
you kick ass there. We have to consolidate these gains. Maybe this summer.
Do we have to? Can't we just go to the moon?
How about
Typically
1999?
we get these like really slow grind up summers. So if we do that,
Oh,
if we do
yeah.
that this summer, then geez,
Well, I mean, what was the return last summer? I don't even know, but I mean, we were 50% out of that April low.
I mean, you doubled your money, no, from here, more or less.
Yeah.
If you held it to the end of the year, you made like 40% of your money. But honestly, I mean, the last 2 months you've made 30% in the NQ, like it's fucking nuts. What is it off of this low now? Yeah, 30%. If you bought 1st of April to today, you've made 25% on your money. Wow.
And unbelievable.
That's quite literally unbelievable.
Oh my God. Let's get in and hold. Not a lot of two-sided action here today, that's for sure. The indexes.
I'm currently long gold, long 6E, and giving everything back in NQ.
The Widowmaker.
The Widowmaker. Who needs a Porsche 992 when you've got NQ?
Yeah, I am trying to get in NQ, and not being in NQ is hard hard to get up a bunch of money if you're not long that thing. I'm short oil, long gold, long ES. I got a limit in NQ, short 6E. Bitcoin alert.
I closed my NQ.
Nice.
Let's see if
maybe I can catch up to you.
let's see if it's a mistake.
I need you to get out of something.
I just think we're seeing a 15-minute swing high here. I'm gonna get ready to buy the pullback.
I just had a friend text me he's up $500,000. So it feels good when I'm sitting here trading in a sim competition.
What are you up, bro? How do I explain this to him?
He's long a bunch of ASTS calls. It's up 16% today. I just looked.
Oh yeah, that thing exploded.
Yeah, he's been long it for this whole move. Just keeps crushing it.
The leader of the competition is currently up $2,300.
That's actually not as far as ahead of it normally is. Normally these guys are up like insane. Like you're like, how are you up that much money? I mean, really all you had to do was buy the ES and NQ and hold it.
Yeah.
That's it.
I bought him, let him go, and now I'm trying to find a way to get short in it. It's kind of doing that in, but
yeah, that's I might as well make it an ESNQ competition because I mean, without equal weight,
you say this, right? But there have been so many competitions where gold has been the one that just crushes it.
Hey guys,
Jim?
Jim.
I got the leaderboard update. Let's show it up on the big screen here. We got Deos is Bueno at number 1 with over $2,000 in the bank. Eddie number 2. Oh, we got a change at number three. Quidodor Tio at 1743. This is the top 10 on the leaderboard. Our featured traders, though, are making a game of it. We have Christian in first place with the leaderboard for the featured traders at over $1,000, 1,003 to be exact. Jack and Joey second and third. We're building up a little bit of a gain there, Chris.
Yeah, so far so good. We'll see how it goes.
I didn't just jinx it, did I?
Don't say anything.
Oh, man. All right. Well, that is the update. I'll be back in about a half hour. I'll do another update and see what kind of progress that we may or may not have made. Good luck, you guys.
Yes, you take care.
Ciao, Jim.
All right, we had the IB set. Let's see if the IB strat pays today. All right, while I wait for my next setup, I'm going to be trading the IB strat if it sets up today. Yes, it's stalling here at this overnight high. What's gold doing?
Starting to make a move off that low, but it's
Oh,
slow.
yeah. Looks like the higher low against that 3-hour low, or 3 hours ago, will hold, or 2 hours ago. Are you looking for what above this 45.32 area?
Yeah, more or less. Yeah, that previous Lowry high for me.
Like it. We are on the hourly, we're consolidating here back to back, 4 hours.
Oil moving lower.
Morning, Shab.
Good morning. Good morning.
Why can't I see a chart on my...
The first hour here, starting to see some changes.
What's going on here? No, where are you going in Q? No.
Dude, I've barely caught any of that.
What do you need
Really?
for an entry, Chris, on NQ?
Are you leaning short NQ here, Kane?
Oh, I'm already short on it, but it's just like it is
I
what
need
it is.
more contracts to short.
What yeah, true. What's the entry for the IB play? What is it? What do you need?
I need a pullback first inside the IB. It has to execute inside the IB. If we push up above the IB high, then there's a no setup day. Essentially,
Right.
what I'm looking to do is buy the higher low against the low, and then look to see if we expand higher from that.
So where would you buy NQ now? Like,
It depends on when the specific setup I use sets up, so it could be at 50% of IB, it can be at 25% at that 30K mark. It really depends on where that forms.
okay. So you're waiting for like a percentage retrace back to the high?
I'm waiting for a pullback. What location? I have ideas in mind, but I don't know exactly where, the setup where I can, I'm a price action trader, so I don't know when that will form.
Okay, fair enough. I didn't know if it was like a set level or something
Yeah.
after the IB.
Again, higher.
I know. I had to buy back in. Am I gonna?
You go back in. Oh my goodness. I'm just watching. It's killing me. Oops. Well, at least there goes my. Got something in. Yes. Yeah, without participating in this NQ. You see, I'll just crack through some lows here. Think CL can get that overnight low? Quite a ways away.
Want some gold? I gotta wait now.
Yes, it's got so much room, which means NQ is just, if ES is really going to pull to that high, NQ is going to be a lot higher.
Shit, I'm gonna be chipping away at you all day, Chris. You keep an eye on your shoulder.
Don't worry.
I just need these other markets to move and to get in some of this NQ. God, it just keeps going. Unbelievable. We've had one red bar, maybe two, like since the rally began at 9:45.
Yeah, what a move in NQ here. Yes, it's just in a dumpster, barely. I mean, if it can break out of here, we can see what all-time highs too.
Yes, yeah. It just needs to stop fellows showing up right here.
Pretty big divergence here.
That's nuts.
Yeah, I should have rebought NQ right there on that little consolidation. We do have our side divergence up here on these new highs in ES as it continues to struggle. I'm trying an aggressive short. Don't do this at home.
It's different per ticker, six path. You can have 3 on indices, 2 on commodities, and 2 on currency. Currency is the big 6E.
It was just aggressive. I think we're carving out a high here, but maybe not ready. No.
How's everyone in the chat doing? Who's beating us? Who's beating us? Who's beating Chris, I should say. Yep.
Everybody.
Everybody. Somebody. Let's see. I'll pick back up.
Providing liquidity to our simulated competition. Thank you.
Bull doing. Just hanging around.
Not really doing anything, yeah.
Who, me?
Me? Just hanging around.
What a move. What a move.
Oh, there's a little bit of a pullback. Is that a red candle we're about to see? Do we just buy it again? Oil picking back up.
Buy the first red candle.
One red candle, buy. So there's this new strat. It's called buy the red candle.
Come on.
Damn, yes, he's going nowhere. This keeps trapping me in this fucking NQ trade.
But if it fails here, I think we can see that little drop. Just in time for a pullback to buy.
Oh, I'm looking for her. I'm looking for her.
Whatever you're looking for, I'm going to front run it.
I hate you. Just enough to keep me out from ever getting close to you. That's not. I'm only showing. I got orders at every market, but you only see it two.
I got orders at every point below where we are. I think we're seeing that 15-minute high that I was talking about earlier. If we hold again and then push out, yes, man. We have new 15-minute candles.
One more test. Come on.
Come on.
Don't miss this high. We didn't even get the chance to buy the red 5-minute candle because there wasn't a red 5-minute candle.
Will the market ever pull back? Come on.
Generational low, as Nick says. Generational low this morning.
Never to be traded again.
We'll just be at 40K next week.
That'd be crazy.
I'd probably take the year off at that point.
Wait for the big short.
I would love. I'm enjoying the long-term gains right now. You know, like the gains we're getting in our long-term portfolio, but day trading, I can't say I'm having too much fun with it.
I feel ya. Definitely becomes a different market type when you have these runs.
But it's just so boring. It's like a turn. I know my luck as well. The day I get long the high, it will fucking free fall 7%.
7%. Yeah, let me know then if that's how bad your luck is. I'd love to catch that move to the downside.
I'll let you know. There'll be an announcement on Twitter.
Yeah, please. I'm gonna subscribe to the notifications.
Currently long the high. Good luck, everyone.
currently long the high. Beware. Come on now. All right, I think we're going to start getting some more pullbacks deeper going into this 11:30 time frame, which is basically Kane's bedtime.
Oh, it's only 3 o'clock here. Don't worry.
So when the European session closes, like we say 11:30 East Coast time, what time is it actually for you?
Right now it's 3:47.
Okay.
Yeah.
So like 4:30. 11:30 New York, 4:30 for you.
Yeah. Yes.
Any traders here from Hawaii? I actually think Hawaii might have the worst trading hours in the world.
Isn't it like 3 a.m. or something?
It's like something horrible. Like something I would never do.
Yeah, actually, that sounds bad. I mean, I think even Australia has better time than that. I actually think Hawaii is the worst, yeah, when we think about it.
Here we go. Here's the red bars, boys. Get
Yeah,
ready.
I got back in short.
You're just going for both sides of the coin.
I'm in every market right now apart from oil.
Yeah, it took oil.
Can't let you catch up, boy.
You better not get out. You better skip lunch today, dude. You better have your wife make you some food.
Don't even have to get up to use the bathroom.
Got that catheter tied in.
Oh,
Got the pee bag ready to
I already
go.
have the catheter in. Don't worry, boys. I'm
Sick.
prepared.
You're sick. Something wrong with you, kid.
If we see you squinting, it's not because you're focused. Have you got any big bets in the swings right now, Chris?
Yeah, I got some MU, my largest gainer today. AMD, Intel, ARM, SNDK, Light, Crowd, Caterpillar, Amazon, AAOI. I had some BE and some BE earlier too. But yeah, it's a pretty big day on the swings.
Love that.
All right, close my short.
Yeah, you best boy.
Help me get back to tank to 1K. If that's the only pullback we'll get,
If it is, that's crazy. I need to actually start looking at what my larger time frame upside targets are. I didn't even do any of that analysis this morning. Also, I haven't looked at the markets in a week, so I'm a little lost on what's going on.
What do you boys do when NQ and ES start trading all-time highs for like upside targets?
Just start measuring to the downside. I just use fibs, usually just measure targets, distance between swings.
Yeah.
Or like, I refer to something as like I call it a leg start, which is just like, if you look at an hourly chart, if we have 3 green bars in a row, I just look at the open of that first candle, just kind of as a base to like retest the leg. But yeah, cross that road when it gets there. But I mean, I've been trading long enough. I can trade downside markets too, but I'll just, if we pop up, measure the swings, the midpoints, project it down to a new low. But when we're running higher, I'm just kind of doing the opposite, even though it actually does look like we just may have hit a target here. But I mean, when I'm looking at the market every single day, I'm more in tune of what's going on in the pullbacks, but I literally have not opened my computer since last Tuesday, so I'm a little out of it right now as far as like the rhythm of what we're trading. Or like, I don't know if we're going to do it today, but like using like one time framing, which is just like trailing every 30-minute bar till we finally crack one. Like every 30-minute bar here on the has been a higher low. And when that breaks, that's like oftentimes when that day's trend is done. That could be today. I mean, if we take out this last 30-minute low here at the bottom of the 1030 bar, what is that?
So Chris, is your your IB trader no trade today?
For now, yes. If we pull back and reach the first support here of the IB, what is that? The 75%. If we pull back into that area, then I can look for a trade.
Makes
But if we
sense.
hang out up here at IB highs, then no. Because essentially what I'm doing is I want to get in the tightest sort of part of the IB and then look for the expansion away from it.
Yeah.
Instead of, because what I'm looking for is 6R, and that can be a pretty big daily candle. So if I'm buying that up here at the highs, I'm pretty much saying I'm looking for a 300-point move from here, which may not happen. Here's a pullback, boys.
Oh. There it is. It's right. Everything kind of getting weak. Even gold stopped its run.
Yeah. Just got out of my gold long, well, a little while ago, but
What is the red and green line? These are moving averages. So the green one is a 20 EMA, and then the red one is a 50 EMA. And I use a EMA cloud in between those. Yeah, I missed the short. Bummer. Just failed at that IB high.
Yeah, oil really picked back up there too. Really to walk off its low.
All right, let's see. Did you get your short, Kane?
I did.
Nice.
I got short ES and NQ. I covered my gold long. I'm still in 6E, but I don't see a reason why I should still be in it, so I'm probably about to close it. And then I'm just going to be short these two, basically.
All right, let's see here.
Did you guys see the new Ferrari electric car?
Oh my God, bro.
Bro, that shit's so fucking ugly.
We'll put an order in for one.
No, he did not. How much are they being priced at?
I didn't
I
even
don't know
look.
what they're thinking.
150, 200?
Ferrari.
You did not put an order for that.
I know, I'm joking.
I know you're not gonna be the first guy in Chicago driving that.
Fuck, that would. Yeah.
We go to the Chicago meetup. Guys, I have a ride.
You catch
Five-
me moving. I'd have to-
550,000 euros. Fuck off. You can keep it. I can tell you that.
I'd have to move neighborhoods if I bought that car.
What's
Boys.
up, gents?
Fellas,
Hello,
How are
hello.
we?
how we
you
doing?
We were just laughing about the new Ferrari Lucha.
Oh, yeah. Little EV Ferrari.
Yeah.
Who's
I don't
getting
think
in
there'll
here,
so many of
boys?
them.
Not my cup of tea.
It's a lie, Nick. I
Not-
saw your pre-order. Come on, don't lie.
Not
Just
quite
own
a
it.
Ford F-150.
Just of all the cars that I would consider getting electric, that's probably the last brand I
Oh,
would actually want one.
it's not even on the list, actually.
Yeah. I didn't even consider that thought because I never thought they would actually make that. I don't know who the audience is. Whatever.
They could have just designed it better. I mean, to make it look like not a minivan. Like
I mean,
It's
something-
like
It's got the cool
It's like-
doors.
Ford made the electric Mustang, but made it like a small SUV, and for some reason, instead of making like a Shelby Cobra looking electric sports car. So I guess, yeah, interesting choices.
Yeah. Anyway, you boys good?
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah. Good. I'm sure.
Trading this Arena Cup, trying to get up there on the leaderboard. I had a great trade earlier this morning. I had a little over 100 points on NQ or MNQ and just had a rough go at it since.
You and me both.
Yeah, I saw you were long. You caught that low, huh?
I did. Yeah, I did. I mean, I caught a little over, just about 100 points off the low. And since then, I've gotten smacked around a little bit.
Who doesn't love to get smacked around a bit? All right. I think our time is up. Yeah.
Yeah,
Our time is up.
I got to be back later, so I'm not.
same.
Oh,
I'll
you
see
don't want to
at
hang
the
around?
close. I'm on the close. I guess you are too, Chris. I'll see you then.
Yeah. Not you,
Yeah.
Kane?
You
I
guys
actually
don't
don't
want to
know.
hang
I
out?
think I am
Don't wanna
going.
spend
I'm
an
not
extra
sure.
hour?
Yeah, I'm done. I have a meeting in 20 minutes, so I am done.
All right. We'll see you guys later. Joey, Nick, take care. Kane,
Have a good
good
one.
to trade with you. It's been a while.
Yeah, likewise.
Yeah.
And you, Jack. All right, boys. Good luck.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah.
Take care. Later.
Take care, guys.
Ciao,
Bye.
ciao.
And then there were two. Good morning,
And
my
there were
friend.
two, and your boy is struggling.
Well, the good news with these competitions is literally anything can happen. I was down $2,000 heading into Power Hour and found a way to come back and win. So, Yeah, but it's fun not having to worry about the competition today. Just trading my normal account. I'm gonna see if I can get this short off because nothing says Nick's a genius like shorting the all-time high for some reason. So still sitting in a small short here from 30,100, and
Nice.
I'm hopefully covering all of this if we head back towards the reject off 30K, since that's the number I've been just kind of waiting for the last week.
Yeah, it's been a heartbreak for me today. The first trade I took was a long off the almost pretty much the literal low of the day, and I caught 100 points. I was up 600 on my first trade, and I've gotten smacked around since. It's been brutal.
One off here. Yeah, this is not the greatest tape, I would say, at least in equities for you guys. Why did I get in the short? ES was not playing ball the same way NQ was. NQ was on a party on a beach somewhere, and ES is still sitting below kind of the Memorial Day range, and found some sellers just sitting up there in ES, and that kind of led me into continuing to try to get into the short in NQ. I actually was trying to get short in gold too, about 45.20s ish, but was paying attention to equities. But yeah, this would be the first spot why I just covered there. I could see some buyers trying to step back in right here, right now, and pushing this. Since we got one off there, oops, I'm going to tighten up my stop here. Don't really want to lose money on this trade at this point.
CL trying to pop its high.
Are you trading all four, Joey, or all five?
I was in 4 at once. I haven't traded all 5 together yet, but I was in euros, oil, gold, and NASDAQ.
That was controversial, though, wasn't it, Nick? I mean, anytime I'm going to try to get short the all-time high, it's probably going to not work out. It's just it helped that ES just did not want to jump into that party. So I don't know. We'll see. I hate trading this.
It's tough.
It's just slow. That's more of the reason as I like speed in this, and when we just kind of slowly drift up, which I mean, we're heading into the time of the year where we shouldn't shock anybody if we just do shit like this every day. Yes, I did in fact compete in round 1 and won the qualifier last Tuesday. So I'm just having fun today, trading my own monies. Did you Joey, did you go fishing this weekend?
No. No fishing this weekend. My boat would get bullied out there on the lake.
That is true. I did not think of it as the every guy that's got a boat was out there this weekend.
Yeah, no. It's this weekend was for all the big party boats.
Yeah.
My little bass boat would not survive out there.
No, that is fair. We had weird weather all weekend, so I'd say here, like, people like party hard on the lakes here, so it's almost kind of dangerous to be out there. Yeah, it doesn't seem like that's, especially when you truly have a boat, I guess. Yeah. Even if it's like, you have a fishing boat, but like even something else, like why go out Memorial Weekend, I guess, because you can go out any weekend in theory.
Here on Table Rock Lake, where most people go, we literally have a cove that's named Party Cove.
Yeah. Not my
if
vibe.
That tells you anything.
Not my vibe.
So yeah. I'm getting smoked. I might have to get out of this trade. Yeah. Man, I gave up my gains from this morning. All right.
Nick, you keep saying you won, but you haven't mentioned how much you made. Are you talking about the qualifier for last week? I won with like $100 and something. I was up like $1,200 and then gave it all back.
Yeah.
And Stowe had shot himself in the foot at some point during that day, and I was just able to kind of come back from go basically red to green, and that was me winning it. So
got someone up nearly $3,000. on the leaderboard.
Looks like, I mean, yeah, in the featured trader competition, $100 ended up winning last week. And we had a decent afternoon trade, so I'm down to run a runner now in this. So this has been a nice little short for me off the top rope.
Man, yeah, this has been a big failure on the IB high up there. Nice move down.
Coming into the opening range on ES and this psychological 30,000 number and the lovely V range here. So
let's see what's oil doing. Oil is still trying to pop its high.
I could see us bouncing here hard. Yes, bouncing off 30-second opening range.
Yeah, I could see that as well. All right, let's hop back in long here on NASDAQ. So back long NQ, or NASDAQ rather. MNQ. Let's see. I'd like to see gold try to catch a bid down here as well. Gold's been struggling down here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, still holding its opening range too. Let's see.
NASDAQ trying to hold 30s. See if we can get a move back up here on NAS. I think it's possible to get maybe a little move up here, but I am curious about if we do come down. We tested the 75% on IB. I'm curious if we come down on the 50 though, which I wouldn't love. Were you in qualifier 1?
Yeah. So I did last Tuesday.
How'd you do?
Won, but it was not anything to get too excited about. Basically just had to be green and I win. So
nice.
Not bad, but we'll see how we do. I mean, this is a weird day for you guys to come in and do it off the holiday weekend. And coming in Tuesday, we're getting another little leg lower here.
Yeah, this thing is moving lower. Wow. Getting cooked again.
I ever trade the YM? No, truth be told, I've never actually placed a a real money trade. So I've done it in prop, but never in a cash account. I've never traded the YM. Maybe someday, but probably not. Are you 3-0 in these challenges? No. I think everyone I've competed in, with the exception of the one with me, Chris, and Jack, that was just an hour during Power Hour. I think I've finished like first or second in every one. But yeah, I've won a good amount of these now. So I don't know. Simulated competitions against your friends is not necessarily the greatest feather to have in the cap because the money's not real. The bragging rights matter, but I don't think it really matters in the grand scheme of it with my friends. Because it's more fun just to talk shit for the one day, and that's about it.
I've competed in a couple like competitions. I've never been a great competition trader.
we've
just
talked about it.
It's such a different game.
It's not trading. And then I love people that come out of the woodwork and be like, oh, well, I finished in the top 100 or something. I'm like, that's great, man. Good for you. I'm competing against literally the dudes on the screen and trading live with me. Because the peanut gallery everyone loves to chime in and say things behind the scenes. And it's just like, okay, congrats. So it's a one-day competition for funsies. But not today for you lucky people in the chat. You guys actually can win real monies. What's the, you said the winner, or not winner, sorry. The first place is sitting at what right now?
2,700.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sure they just took a little lick. I'm sure a lot of people were long equities and didn't cover. I mean, why would you? Well, I guess once we kind of failed the IB, you might want to cover some. Am I doing an edge segment on NT Live? I'm sure eventually some of us are, but the good news is they've chosen probably the two best people to do it so far, with XY leading us off, and then Chris. I think they are great educators for the space. So that's probably who you guys would want to learn from early and often. It's funny. I would joke, but mine would be a version of XY's, but not as good. Because we trade very similar styles. It's just be a different way of how we're articulating the information. But yeah, I'm sure we'll do more as the rest of us continue to have those sessions. But yeah, I believe tomorrow we're doing one with Chris. So check that out after the close for the Develop Your Edge session. You need Nick and all of my alter egos to do that. Yeah, they are unfortunately trying to figure out how to build some of my strategy for other instruments that I don't have to pay attention to right now. It was one of those things, like I was the agents I had deployed kind of working on what I'm working on right now yesterday. I literally had to like pull it back and be like, can we just take like a 30,000 foot view? I want to make sure like we haven't lost the plot here. I was like, please give me like the MVP of what we are actually building right now. I was like, let's just, because I've been working for like a week straight and just kind of letting the agents that I created to do certain things like actually work, and just kind of monitoring, checking things in, not visualizing anything. But I literally had to pull it back and be like, make sure we did not lose the plot over the last few days, because I have a feeling we did. And we did in some lanes. Some lanes did not. Some lanes look great. So more to come. Do a Claude session. Maybe we'll do that on my own channel eventually. I've helped a lot of people, I feel like, in that world, how to like maximize their token usage. Exactly what Microsoft and people are not doing for their employees. So yeah. I kind of want to cover this 100-point runner.
Nice. See if NASDAQ wants to hold here, but man, we're struggling.
Yeah, ES still looks like garbage. NQ kind of loses 30,000. I mean,
yeah,
we easily could fall another 100. At least down to like the 930 30s, 940. Yeah, how do you determine where to take profits? Signs you see on the order flow. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Most of my like runners and things, or like limit orders that you saw when I was coming on, like why they were placed here, much of that is just based on structure. And one of the reasons I hate all-time highs is the only structure I'm really working with is just for today's session. So I was just basically parking it at the like one at the V range and one at what is now, probably thanks to this, like the point of control was right here, but I had a limit order here at like 37, 36, whatever. And then another sitting right here at the V range. So that was just the structure to cover my two lots here. Runner, I just will trail down the rest of the way. But it's never an exact science. Most of the time it's just based on the volume structure on the longer time frame that I can use as targets.
Okay. Getting out of that NAS long because that's not trying to hold. And I don't want to be in this thing if we give up 30K.
No, may get a little spicy if we do.
Yeah. Yep.
Where is the week open? Oh, week open's way down there in the NASDAQ.
Gonna have to do a little reset here because I am down.
What are you at?
Oh, I'm down to 190.
Oh, I mean, I think with all the with I guess 5 assets, I think $1,000 is doable. It's just like patience and catching a decent move in one of these. I guess God, that gold short would have worked. But yeah, it took a liquidation into the close last week for me to win it.
NASDAQ came down and actually saw. Did we see a peak below? Yeah, we did see a peak below 30K. Testing 30K again right now. Gold seeing some downside. Gold gets back above 45.08. I might throw on a long there on gold. Which is doing right now. Nas still trying to hold 30s. I want to be in the longs on Nas, but man, just every time I get in the long, it just keeps edging down. Oh, Jack took the lead.
Nice.
Oh, trying to give up 30K again.
Yeah, this could be a little fun. I mean, ES is still sitting on the lows, RTH lows right now. Or not RTH lows. I guess that's the opening range low. Excuse me.
Well, if I had traded my IB failure, I'd be sitting nice right now. But I was all longs today for NQ. I did not expect a IB high failure today.
I mean, it's always hard when the IB high is basically the new all-time high.
Yeah.
Let's see. Are you doing the
What's that?
That? No, sorry. I was reading something.
You took it, Mario? Nice. Jealous. Dude, I wish I did. I wish I had taken it. MNQ just
Still pushing lower.
still trying to get down below those 30Ks. I'm not going to give up on NASDAQ longs. Just might just need to come down to the IB mid. Which that'd be at 29,955. What's our ATR? I feel like our ATR is not very big.
Honestly, I don't know. Top of my head.
16? Is that right?
Might be.
That doesn't seem right. It's 5 minute or 16 on the 1 minute. 30, okay, 30 at 35 on the 5 minute. Okay. Holding 30Ks again. All right, let's try these 30K holds for a long again. We've seen below 30K twice, and we've bought up back up above it both times. So I'm going to attempt this again.
Yeah, they don't really want to go much lower, do they? Trying to get a bid here. See if we can Where did the YouTube chat go?
get above 44s.
Nick, really enjoying your course. Thank you. Good stuff. Small issue. I can't pass your quizzes to advance. You don't need to pass them to advance. You can just continue. Like if you get them wrong, there's a pop-up that allows you just to advance it. I made sure I fixed that. I mean, that bug existed in the beta, but I fixed it just so people don't need to actually pass said quizzes. If you don't want to, you can just keep going through the content.
Once again, selling back down. I might have to give up the longs on NQ.
Really?
Dude, they just, I mean, every time we're trying to hold 30K and I long it and we just get smoked right back down. See if we can still attempt to hold 30Ks. Poor Joe having a day, dude. I am having it. I'm going through it. I've like completely chat. I was off to such a great start in this cup, and then I've just gotten cooked since. My very first trade was a 100-pointer on M&Q, and just after that, it's all gone downhill. But I can trade multiple instruments, so I can still come back. I got a lot of day.
Yeah, there's plenty of time.
Yeah. I'm not sweating it yet, but need to get something rolling.
Oops. I mean, ideally, 960s wouldn't be terrible for me just to cut this runner. I'm just going to keep trailing it, though.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning. Good morning, sir.
We do have an update, everybody. Let's check out the NinjaTrader Qualifier 2 leaderboard right now. We have Willy Rocket Scooter in first place with $3,124. Congratulations, Willie. Kind of Satisfaction is second. I'm sure I pronounced that wrong. 2780. No, it's moving around. And another, what is this? Another Sadfaristic. 2,800, second place. A battle for second and third place brewing right now. Willie's in commanding lead at number one. And our leaderboard, our featured leaders, we got Jack Gleason hitting the number one spot. And, well, hang on, Trader Kane is in number two. And then number three, can't see, is that called Christian, trading boxes. So that was a little bit of a flip-flop, but we'll see how it goes. These guys are competing to win. So far, so good. How you guys feeling?
John, I'm getting cooked.
I feel good because I'm not competing. So I just got to just trade my own money and go do other things this afternoon.
Very, very awesome. Well, I'll see you guys in a few minutes for Edge Report. Best of luck on your trades.
See you,
Thanks,
Jim.
Jim. Yeah, the best is just getting to be the peanut gallery this afternoon and just talking smack to you guys as I am likely to call it a session after this runner gets clipped. Yeah, but it would be fun for us to potentially go chase down the week open. Given that we just
I was live earlier this
up.
morning on my stream. Somebody actually called that out. It was
I mean, it makes sense. It's it's a statistical probability that we will tag it at one point during the week.
Yeah.
And especially when we just have whatever you want to call this gap up after a holiday weekend. I kind of expected a bit of a sell off the open potentially. We didn't get it. So, paid to be patient if you were trying to short. But I mean, it would make sense that we might rotate another 300 points in NQ.
Yeah, they called it out like to a T. They're like, we're gonna go up, we're gonna fail the IB high, and then we're gonna sell down and go fill the gap. And so far, they've been right because we failed the IB high.
It's that's a solid read.
Yeah,
and plenty. They're definitely. I mean, I took a paper cut trying to short whatever the first little punch above 30,000, and it looked like sellers were gonna reoffer previous day high, and then they got rejected and stuff and got the second attempt. So yeah, definitely one of those days. I mean, I just am never going to be the first guy to jump in long at the all-time high off an open push like that. So we'll keep working on it.
Nasdaq still flirting with 30Ks. These 30K tests are going to be the death of me.
Right.
What'd you do over the weekend? How was your Memorial Day weekend?
It was good. We laid low. We had weird weather on and off, but did a splash pad with my daughter, who's now just one of those kids that when she goes outside, she just wants to go play in water now. So we did that. Let the dogs run around and splash around. It was hot here and thunderstorm kind of time of year too. So we did that. We grilled. I did some ribeyes on Sunday. I did some beef back ribs last night, which I mean they were really good. I did them the same way I would do normal beef ribs, so they came out good. Just that there was not a lot of meat, and I kind of wish I had, thrown a rack of dino ribs in there or some pork ribs or something else too, since it still took me 5+ hours to smoke the damn things. So you learn. But I had them from the steer, and it was like one little rack of back ribs, I think, because they gave me a prime ribs and a bunch of ribeyes. So I guess, there just wasn't a lot of meat on them to begin with. But I still got plenty of dino ribs if I want to smoke more of those. Just probably should have done that instead.
That sounds fire.
It was good. It's a good weekend. I think I'm going to do I still have a couple skirt steaks and a flank steak. I might get in the weird. I have like either weird cuts left or a couple roasts of my cow, and then still a bunch of ground beef. So I'm like trying to get creative with things because it's 100 degrees. So I don't want a roast that makes it feel like fall necessarily.
Yeah.
So I'm trying different things to rehydrate, because a lot of those roasts are so lean anyway. You got to kind of add some moisture back into them. But urgent question for Nick. When you're cooking kebabs, do you separate the meat and veggies or you do them together? This is a debatable question. It depends on what the veggies are. If you're going to do something like onions and peppers, I think you can leave them on there. Other things may take some more time, and also depends on what kind of meat. If you're doing it with chicken versus you're doing steak, you don't need to have them as long because you obviously want it to be a good medium on that. But if you're doing chicken, your veggies may be done, but your chicken may not be done. So I'm a fan. If you're doing chicken kebabs with veggies, you may just want to do the chicken by themselves and do the veggies separated. Otherwise, you just might have one that's burnt, charred, overdone. With steak, I feel like you just have a better timing to just char the veggies and get them cooked, and the steak is like perfect. The chicken's probably still under. So that would be my recommendation for all you grilling enthusiasts out there that want my perspective on things.
Wow, look
Maybe
at
that's
this
what we'll
selling
do,
on
chat.
NQ. NQ coming all the way back down to close to its IB mid.
I mean, your friend that was talking about the gap fill, a weekly open tag off the IB failure. And hopefully that guy's making some money today.
Yeah. Yep. Probably is. Drew says, I want that 50. You might get it.
Yes, this is also a part-time cooking show when the market is slow. It's not slow today, but you know, I still always throw those nuggets in there, just waiting for that sponsorship from Montana Knives or Snake River Farms or somebody, maybe a Masterbuilt, Traeger. Anybody who wants to just send me stuff. You don't even have to pay me. You could just send me a grill or send me some steaks or send me some knives, and trust me, I will make a video.
I feel like I need a Celsius sponsorship at this point, as much as I drink it on stream.
I really don't. I don't even wear hats anymore on stream most of the time. But yeah, I'd happily do some content, but there's no incentive to. So why would I? My audience isn't exactly grilling enthusiasts, or maybe as part-time we all are. Maybe like Joey just randomly gets sent like some kind of like reel or a rod from someone. It's just like not exactly his audience, but I'm sure you would do it free of charge if they just want to send you a new rod for bass fishing.
Yeah, 100%. Send me all the stuff.
You don't have to write me a check, but you could send me just a free one. I'm happily make a video for free.
Well, we almost got down to the IB mid there on NASDAQ. It's fell just shy of it.
Yeah, there's that 960s, that area that I was talking about. Like that's a good spot to cover if you're short anywhere near or above the IB or above 30K. That's at least if you're holding anything or you're holding more than a runner, that's probably a decent spot that you should have covered some, if not all. And then just kind of wait for the next move. I would not be shocked if we would go a little bit lower, back to maybe like 940s and change. But look at the low on ES. Is it a good low? Oh, why did you have to tell me to look at the low in ES? Are you trying to cause me physical pain? Like just looking at that low? That's just mean. Nobody look at the ES low. Make sure, so if you're in the chat, don't look at the ES low. But yeah, we're going to repair that low. There's no way. That low will not stand, or we will riot.
And NASDAQ right back down.
Isn't that good for your short? Yes, the poor low would be good for my short, but it for my eyes and my sanity, I didn't want to see that. What about the No, I wouldn't necessarily call that a poor high just yet, just because it was like one little kind of push above. It's not great, but it ain't that bad. The equal low on ES is way worse. Mainly, I mean, the reason I'm saying that is because we spent time up there. Like we were kind of spending a good 10, 15 minutes around that high in NQ. So I would not say poor high. But yeah, it isn't exactly the greatest taper of all time on those highs. I mean, ES just looks like it's turning into a balance day, but let's take out previous week high at the very least. The week open, ES's week open is a lot closer. ES's week open is sitting around 75.20s. So much more attainable. NQ's is, the panicins may set in.
Definitely struggling to catch any sort of bid on NASDAQ.
Yeah, look at that. Algorithmic on the way up, algorithmic on the way down.
It's like every time it tries, we just get smacked straight back.
I mean, that's about as algo structure as you will ever see. That was just disgusting. Why is this the way we trade?
Why is this happening? Maybe as close as we got to IB high and saw buyers from there, or IB mid, excuse me. As close as we got to IB mid and saw buyers from there, I thought maybe we would see a little bit more buying come through.
Right.
Oh, wait, that was. There we go.
All right, let's take out that low in ES so everyone can stop yelling.
I haven't even looked at ES. Let me see what ES is doing. Yeah, we are still hovering that low.
I think
It's
we're
trying
going
to
to take
take
it
it out
here.
right now.
Chat, how are you guys doing in the competition today? Anybody trading Qualifier 2? There's a new low. Thank you for that.
Finally took it out.
Low repaired. Let's see if NQ pushes back down to 45s, 40s, 45s. I may just cover there if it does. All this lovely MGI sitting there. Or I can just hold this runner hopefully all day, but I don't know. I may just leave it on and trail it to the V range or a little above 30K or something. Hold it. Yeah, I know. I should hold this for sure. Probably should have added, to be honest, but.
NASDAQ just keeps on going. Yeah, it's trying to get back above that low there. If buyers wanted to step in on NASDAQ right here, that'd be great. I'd appreciate that. We did hit IB mid on NASDAQ, saw a peak below it, and then caught a small little bid. So see if we just catch a bid off IB mid now that we've tapped it. Yes, broke the low, getting back above its low.
Nick grills and smokes, a perfect playbook to put behind a paywall. Yeah, I'll make that the paid Substack is just grilling and cooking stuff. I'm gonna become one of those recipe Substack people. Problem is my knife skills are not great. That is like still the biggest flex ever to me, I think, as like a non-chef kind of guy. Like if you're just like a casual cook, husband kind of guy, and you have like professional, like that is like the flex I wish I had, is like that professional culinary level knife skills. Method Man's got him. Good for you. I've always wanted that. I'm always jealous of people that I'm getting better. I think the more I like actually am like watching, because I guess now I just follow so many like social media chef people. I think most of the influencers in that space are actually like just private chefs. Like that's who they're cooking for every day, is like high net worth clients, and they film their content as they're cooking for them every day. So you watch some of their skills, and I guess I've gotten better just picking up some good habits, but still, are we going to keep going lower?
Looks like it.
Hey, Nick and Joey, does the gap on lower time frame count if there's no gap on the daily time frame? We're not going to start a gap discussion debate today. I'm not looking at any, I don't have a true, I guess there is a small gap technically, but I'm not looking at it as like a true gap. I just am looking for the week open to get tagged from Sunday at some point this week. There's a whole, we've had plenty of debates on what a gap actually is and isn't on this show, on several different shows. And I don't think in the next 10 minutes here that Joey and I still have on the air, that anybody wants us to waste that last 10 minutes arguing about what is a gap and what isn't. But yes, I would imagine there is an aspect of us trying to fill something to the downside here. Everyone's definition of that gap is going to be different.
I just can't bring myself to get short on NASDAQ.
I mean, this is if as hard of a spot as it was, even from like 30,000 plus, like up there at the all-time high. Like it's still hard to want to get short anywhere.
Yeah,
we're coming into the week open here on ES, so yeah, it's it looks. I mean, this is like a very. Hey, look at Joey's chart. Is that a 5-minute, Joey?
Yeah, it's a 5-minute.
Look how disgusting even the move down is.
Yeah, it's
like
just wicks.
From a structure perspective. Like that is just disgusting to try to trade.
Pretty bad. Pretty bad. I have a decent short working on oil right now. I'm short 94s. String bean, we in this together, buddy.
See if we're gonna just keep on
I mean, it just
lower.
keeps on going.
Kane's come all the way back and is now number 1 on the leaderboard.
I've seen that.
Definitely, I'm assuming Kane caught a chunk of this short.
Yeah. Retracing everything on NQ here.
Yeah, let's see. What was us going back to like 909s? Wouldn't be weird. Opening range at 900s, like I could see that.
Hey guys.
Hey Jim.
What's up, Jim?
Well, man. Well, so far so good, man. Trader Kane making a comeback.
Cherry Kane did make a comeback.
Featured leaderboard, man. I like it. $1,134. Looks Jack Gleason closely behind. A little over 1,000. Christian holding his own, 300. Carmine in fourth, 163. Well,
Joey getting cooked.
I don't want to say anything.
No, you can say it. It's okay. Say it out loud. Let the people know.
Oh my goodness. Who's got positions right now? Nick, you got a position, right?
Yeah, I'm still live in my account.
Okay.
Still holding this runner. I'm going to see if we can, keep going lower. NQ or ES is rolling into the week open here, so I'm going to hold it as long as ES is still making new lows.
Sounds awesome.
I got a lot of day left, Jim. I'm not out yet.
Day's not over, baby. We got potential today, especially if the market breaks a lot. Then you might see some people jumping on a bandwagon there. Just saying. Well, let's take a look at the overall leaderboard right now, real quickly, just to see where we're at for Qualifier 2. Willy Rocket Scooter is still in first place, about $400, $350 ahead of the number 2, Sadfaristic. Number 3, Shaha. Those three have been in the top 3 for a while now. Yeah, see things moving along. Oh, a couple. Now he's in. Now he's got 3,000. Shahu. So we're going to have a race here at the end. Look how tight everything is in the top 10. Pretty tight, folks. So it's going to be exciting conclusion to qualifier number 2. Don't forget there's $5,000. The first place guy gets $5,000 cash, or girl. Guy, girl, person. I'm unisex. That's not too bad. In any event, one more thing before you guys cut out. I do want to mention tomorrow, you guys already did it. I'm going to mention it again. We have our second Develop Your Edge episode tomorrow with Christian. There he is. What a good looking kid that guy is. 4 p.m. East Coast time. It's weird. I keep saying tomorrow because it is tomorrow. It's Wednesday. I lost Monday completely. But Wednesday, 4 p.m. East Coast time, we're going to spend a whole hour and literally Chris is going to walk us through how he builds and executes his trading plan. In any market environment. So it's pretty awesome. You see bits and pieces of it when he streams live, but you're going to see a whole hour presentation, and it's interactive. So we're going to take questions and answers on the fly. So pop in there tomorrow afternoon, and we will get it going with Christian. I can't wait. In any event, gentlemen, I'm going to do an edge report, end the stream, and be back this afternoon. I appreciate you two as usual. Let's give these two a round of applause, please. Thank you, gentlemen. I will talk to you shortly.
Thanks, guys.
Sounds good. Thanks, Jim.
Let's do an edge report. All right, let's pop right in here. So I have a 10-minute E-mini S&P chart, and I'm pulling from XYZ's playbook a little bit when I'm looking at these multi-day volume profiles. I have a 10-minute chart up. I don't have a 60-minute chart up, which XYZ does, but I have a 10-minute chart, so we're going to drill in a little bit deeper. Remember, this is Friday. So this first section here, this is Friday the 22nd, and then the next one we see is Sunday, Monday, right? So there's the weekend there, and it was that weird short day yesterday. all, it was banking holiday here in the U.S. Everything was closed. Early close on the futures markets as well. And then here's today. And what I did is I started drawing boxes, right? So I drew this box here, starting from Friday's highs, and I dragged it all the way across. And the observation is there wasn't any auctions here. There wasn't any traders here. There wasn't any volume here. And that continued on all the way until just now. And now the last two 10-minute candles, we're trading into that area of weakness. And we broke through that JAX 2 level. And we're pretty close to yesterday's lows right now. We're dancing against it right now. A little bit of volume is starting to accumulate right here. The next drive really is this point of control on Friday, which is at 06. So we'll see if we can continue just kind of cut through this area of weakness quickly or not. Alternatively, we could actually start developing some volume here in this area that we're at right now. And, so one would argue, well, then, we have this low here, this previous session low here, it could be the low of the day. But I don't know about that. I'm a little bit more open-minded, I guess I would say, for price. Let's kind of look at some of our regular suspects here. We tapped that previous session's lows right there at 75.17. If we go down further south, we have that JAX 1 level at 7,500. Wouldn't be surprised to see that. And then we have S2 right below that. Alternatively, if things kind of turn around, we kind of have a little bit of a double distribution on the regular trading hour volume profile. Not really. There's just this little divot right here at 54. The overall session is a relatively decent Gaussian distribution right now, point of control somewhere right in the middle. So we'll see how we go here. But in any event, if we do get some relief, we get some buyers back in here, we break through that VWAP, we break through that point of control, then we do have some targets up here as well. We have that pivot, which is around 50. Above that, that one-day max by MenthorQ didn't get to it yet, and that's at 58. And above that, we have previous sessions highs, R1, and all sorts of targets to the upside should we get a lot of traffic turnaround. But right now, the bulls are in charge right now. This is the, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th consecutive red candle. Yeah, I'm counting the doji as a red candle because there's a lower high and a lower low. So again, this is pretty, it's a nice sell-off right now. I'm not sure if it's done or not. We'll just keep an eye on that previous session's lows. That is end of day edge report. Appreciate everybody being here with NinjaTrader Live. Excellent start to the day as usual. Happy Tuesday. We'll be back this afternoon, regular start time. And remember, that special session is tomorrow. And I'll mention it again with Christian. Really looking forward to that. I had a nice pre-event meeting with him and Shab, and it's going to be super, super special. So hopefully we'll see you there. In the meantime, enjoy. Have a nice, relaxing lunch, and we will be back this afternoon.